So I started OBS off and on again. I turned it off and on again and made another recording, and it seems like it fixed it in the recording, but did it fix it in the stream? Okay, chat says it sounds good. I hate that, like, I have to unmute myself and check myself and have everyone listen to something awful for a second in order to test whether or not it's even there. Ah! But come on, come on. Let's get my Hey, yes. Yeah, it sounds 100 times better. Come on, come on. Okay. Sound normal now. No idea. No idea why it was doing that or what was going on. But we got our intro out of the way. Let's finally get this up and going. So hyped for Metal Gear 2. And let's play on original mode. I don't know if easy mode's going to be too easy or not, but I feel like this shouldn't be too hard if they intended for millions of video gamers all around 2 countries instead of the world to be able to beat this on original mode back in 1990, right? This is Snake. I've reached the infiltration point. Snake, right on time as always. Let's get started. Commencing Operation Intrude FO-14. Let's go over this one more time. Your mission is to infiltrate Zanzibar Land and rescue the kidnapped Czech biologist, Dr. Keo Marv. Snake, we've provided you with the new anti-personnel sensor. Try switching it on. Roger. Okay, it's on. The white dots on your radar are enemy soldiers. The red dot is you. The radar is equipped with several other types of sensors as well. They should warn you of any unseen danger. What's the radar's effective range? Take a look at your radar display. It shows a 9-scree area centered on your position. However, it may not work in small enclosed spaces. Also, if the enemy spots you, you won't be able to use the radar. The enemy will use a jammer to scramble it. Got it. Where can I find Dr. Marv? Well, Dr. Marv has a transmitter implanted in the molar of one of his teeth. When you get close to him, he'll show up as a red dot on your radar. So I just have to keep an eye out for the red dot. Snake, use frequency 140.85 for all future communications with me. Good luck. Over and out. I'm not going to be doing the voices for the whole game, but you can absolutely hear these guys in your head without them needing to be voice acted there. The game was retranslated in 2006, and I believe that they actually did a really good job of capturing the way that the spirit of the characters would go later on with Metal Gear Solid, saying lines in ways that the characters would have said them, in ways that fit the characters as they were written later on instead of during this game's actual year. But they did that while also keeping in mind that Snake's going to be kind of a different character in this game. He's not quite so pissed off all the time. So we're going to get a ration from the back of a truck, which is a tradition. Oh yeah, this is optional. I didn't have to hit this. Little tutorials hidden throughout the level design from codec calls. This reminds me a lot of the beginning of the tanker, or the plant chapter in MGS2, where before crawling through a gap in the fence, you get calls from the colonel about it. I have luckily not gotten spotted by any guards yet on the way here, because this first area, in grand future Metal Gear Solid tradition, can be among some of the harder ones in the game. They like to top-load these games with some of the harder difficulty in the very beginning, and that is absolutely the case going back to this one, too. So, guards in this game are represented as white dots on the radar. They do not have a vision cone extending out of the dots, showing you what sort of angles of approach you can be safely walking around them without worrying about getting spotted. Instead, what you do is you go off screen and then start waiting for a few seconds until they move. So on the radar screen to the immediate right of me, I see a white dot moving from right, left into center. That's how I was able to predict this guy coming down, and I'm gonna get past him while he's down there in that little corner. I'm tempted to see if there's any items to the right. I don't think there are. No. That's just a hiding spot in case left guard comes back. I'm gonna wait for this guard to make another loop. I don't quite feel confident enough to be crawling through the hole in the fence with him as close as he is. So they don't show you the exact vision cone of the guards on the radar, but they actually do have a vision cone. This is something that you'd have to read through the manual to find out, but it's about 35 degrees, I think, on either side. They're not going to be spotting you in a straight line, although the general... Oh, fuck. The general rule of thumb... Get out, get out, get out, get out, get out. Yeah! The general rule of thumb is going to be, not getting anywhere near a line where a straight line projected from the guard's face to the end of the screen would be. But that's still not good enough. You can't be, like, within 30 degrees of that straight line. And I actually kind of love that. I don't like knowing the exactitude of the guard's vision. Might have to be quiet and concentrate for this next move. I almost walked into a guard up there. So this is a screen where you really have to be paying attention to the Soliton radar over what's on your current screen, because there's 3 guards on the screen to the very left. Any one of them could suddenly move across their border on their right to walk into me, and I have to keep an eye on the radar in the corner of the screen and constantly be cross-referencing it against once I'm seeing it, against what I'm seeing on my screen, because the rules change. Guards cannot see across the screen, so you can technically be right in front of one who's on the radar, but so long as you're not on the same screen with him, you will be safe. Also want to point this out. Really cool stuff going on here. Heartbeat. Listen to the heartbeat motif. And try, if you will, to imagine how in the world this would work in an arcade machine with a bunch of kids crowding around the building that need to get in and out. There's like a sense of atmosphere and moodiness and suspense and almost horror going on here. That Eddie was scratching the carpet because it's starting to rain outside and he's getting scared. Eddie, don't scratch the carpet, please. Oh no! Well, guess I'll just get back in the vent and they'll immediately forget about me. I should have... Eddie! No, stop scratching. I should have stayed crouched because there's a Eddie, no. There's a little bit of depth and elevation play in here. This is another crazy impressive thing they did in this game in 1990, is include a sort of false wall that the pixel art will trick your brain into thinking is depth play going on. If I stay crouched on this raised elevation in the lower left corner of the room here, the guards won't see me. The idea being that I'm crouched below the angle of the elevation that would put me below the crest of the hill, so to speak. If I stand up, I get spotted because then I'm silhouetted above the elevation, but if I stay on the ground, I'm invisible. And that's something that I've never seen games acknowledge outside of maybe the tutorial training missions of America's Army. Like, getting an AI in a 3D first-person shooter style stealth game to spot you by silhouette is something that's really, really difficult and tough to program, and games don't even usually implement it at all. You have to keep in mind, it's something you have to keep in mind for multiplayer games and survival, sort of open world hunt showdown PUBG style survival games. But against an AI, like getting a computer enemy to be able to tell the difference between the color behind you and the color of your character that's silhouetted against that color is something that I don't think computer programming has ever really managed to achieve the miracle of accomplishing yet. And of course the guards in Metal Gear are not going to be able to spot you by your silhouette. But it's emulated. It's there. It's like they knew that this was like a thing that they trained soldiers in the army to pay attention to, and still like knew that their AI couldn't really do on an actually truly implemented level where they're spotting you on a per pixel basis against color differences. But it's there. They thought of it. I'm Holly White. I infiltrated Zanzibar Land a month ago posing as a journalist, so I pretty much know how things go around here. I'll help you out any way I can. My frequency is 140.15. Call me later. And Snake, I just was completely sandbagging that, unaware of that. He had no replies whatsoever. He didn't even say hello when he picked up the phone. So this opening area here that I crawled through the vents to get to is a somewhat hangar-type area full of tanks. It's almost like Metal Gear Solid is like a unofficial soft remake or soft reboot of Metal Gear 2, or like Metal Gear 2 is an unofficial demake or deconstruction of Metal Gear Solid 1. The areas that you encounter in the game are going to be encountered in a similar order in similar places. So we started out by being outside a big front door that you cannot go through. Instead, you sneak through vents. And once you go inside, you go around a corner of a vent into a much more complicated area with tanks and a hangar. Got two guards ahead of me. One of them, I think, is on a lower elevation level. The other is up above. Okay, he's moving now, and it is safe to go. Oh no. I almost got spotted. I know that I have to go to the elevator shaft in the middle of the area, but I'm tempted to get items first. Whoa! That was a close one. And there's also another guard right ahead of me. Okay, yeah, I think I'm good to go. In this room, I think there might be an item or two for me. Or there might not be, but still something interesting happening regardless. Attention! No items. So, in this room, a national anthem plays, and that calls these two guards over to the front middle of the room, where I don't really think they pose much of a threat to you. But what they're looking at on the screen is supposed to be a map. There's a kind of rough idea of a world map layout going on in here. The map is supposed to be helpful. Holly mentions it if you call her. I've had trouble getting her to say the exact line in this room before that fully explains it. Yeah, dust chutes on each floor. You can use the dust chutes to move around. She doesn't mention it right now, but she does at some point say what's going on in here. This is like a command room where there's a big map of the microstate of Zanzibar Land, where they occasionally play the national anthem of the microstate of Zanzibar Land. But yeah, the point is, really crazy, impressive stuff going on. There's actual environmental storytelling going on, and something that's like somewhat of a scripted event, question mark? Should you call that event that scripts the guards into following the lines of a script to go up to this thing and hear the national anthem as a scripted event? I don't know, but there's also environmental storytelling going on. Would we call this environmental storytelling? There is a map of the areas you're about to go through in the game. There's a small chunky building in the beginning, some trees, it looks like a foresty area, and then two towers, like a twin tower sort of structure going up and down in the middle that's way bigger than the current tower I'm in. And then there's some kind of ditch or river or a body of water or a moat or something, with smaller little barracks buildings on the other side. They're foreshadowing the whole entire game right there in this room in the very beginning. But I gotta get to the elevator in the middle of this floor, and I think instead of seeing some new areas by going clockwise, I'll go counterclockwise and play it safer. I think it's the third floor that is technically my next stop, but there's some good supplies to pick up on the second floor. So, the dark gray metal on the floor makes a metallic clinking noise that alerts guards. You can avoid that problem by crawling instead. This is a gimmick that's used in some areas in Metal Gear Solid 1, significantly less as enthusiastically as they use it in Metal Gear Solid 2. This whole floor almost is covered in this stuff. Only a minority of the floor has a safely walkable surface on it. And it feels like a little bit more of a robust, satisfying challenge in that regard. That it's something, what was that noise? That you gotta worry about throughout a larger section of the game. Alright, I have too much ammo, but you guys also might have just noticed that the guard literally stopped what he was doing and said, "What was that noise?" A dialogue box popped up to sell the, to sell what would have been a line of voice acting in one of the later games. What's he gonna do? Okay. I think I'm actually good. I wish I had the... Yeah, I'm good. I'm good to go. Cool. Unless this door is locked. The door is locked! Ah! So once a guard is off screen, I am safe to move, so I don't gotta crouch all the time, only when there are no white dots on the same screen as me. I wonder if I could safely crouch across the sightline of the white dot on the next screen. No, because another white dot came to join him. I don't want to risk moving to the right until there's no more white dots. So there's a locked door on the right. Okay, the ration will be very useful. Yeah, here we go. This will be useful. Binoculars, that will be useful. That will help me preview the next screen over, but it looks like I can't look outside the door. Shit. It's, the guard right underneath me to the south of my screen that I'm kind of worried about. Come out. I'm pretty sure I got everything I can get there. There was nothing there I needed. There's so much to talk about. Okay, so first of all, there's Twitch chat messages that I gotta catch up with. Was Kojima trying to... Professor Weedman, did you already get past the singing sand bit? No, I'm still got about 30 minutes to an hour there. I love to see Ghost Babel in the Acid games. Super Bunny Hop. If you've never played them before, you're in for a treat. I do want to stream Ghost Babel. Big question is whether or not I should be doing that before or after MGS3, but either before or after MGS3. Do you know how many kills this run's going to be? I'm going to try to get it to 0. This game has a non-lethal move that I've used twice so far that you might not have even noticed me use. If you punch a guard, they're unconscious for like 4 seconds. They're not really going to show stars above his head. They're not going to show Z's above his head. They don't really animate a sort of unconscious-looking stunned guard sort of animation at all, but it's definitely there. The implication is clear as day. It doesn't even look that weird and janky when you pull it off, but you basically sneak up on a guard, punch them, and they are immobilized. They do nothing for the next 4 seconds. That is just enough time to run out of the room to a safe spot and wait for the 4 seconds to expire, and then run back in and keep sneaking on as you were normally. That's how we're gonna non-lethal this thing. Also, bosses don't count. I'm allowed to kill bosses. They're gonna have a scorecard at the end of the game that's going to... I think I use cigarettes for this one? Yeah. There's gonna be a scorecard at the end that's actually gonna measure how many guards I kill, and I'm pretty sure they're not gonna count bosses. I've seen a really good playthrough on YouTube of Metal Gear 2 Non-Lethal, and I think I'll regard that as my video proof of my strategy for this run here. Doo-doo. 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 Yeah, the gas mask. I'm gonna need that to get to the first boss. Bum, 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 bum. Oh yeah, let's talk to our radio friends, because they might chastise us for smoking. If you need to know anything about mercenaries, call George. He used to work to us as a military advisor. You could trust him. He's 0.93. We'll pick up the tab for the info. Just don't ask him about whale cuisine. Oh, there we go. That's the right button. I thought it was 0.93. Is it 1.93? What's that? What's this? Is this like a radio station or something? Woo! 1990, 2010, 20, 34-year-old game. I never knew that if you switched around your phone numbers on your radio, one of them just starts picking up like music, like a radio station. 0.7 here. This is an Easter egg. Listening to 1.0.07 when smoking plays random audio, but you must be smoking. I really love that I just found that by accident, though. I think this is the third time I've really gone through this game. I played through it once in 2014-ish, I want to say. And then I recently watched a friend play through it again earlier this year, and now I am playing through it for my own son. So yeah, I want to say this might be like the third serious attempt, but I've booted it up and rummaged around in this game a few times before that. So that area looks like it's locked off for now. I wonder what could be there. So, I didn't mention it when it was happening because there's too much to talk about, but when I had my, my one token alert so far, the one and only alert I managed to screw up bad enough to endear so far, you might have noticed that there was a, like, real-time audio music mixing system going on. Oh, wait, maybe we'll hear it again. Okay, listen. They just faded out a layer of higher-pitched instruments, and we're hearing only the bass layer right now. He's not here. The guard also just went through a, like, scripted room-searching routine. Ah! Oh, I might have just walked into a laser. I don't know if they're on it. Yeah, I don't think they have the lasers turned back on yet. After an alert, they gotta get their shit together first. Okay, so the camera spotted me, and that was an issue. I need to make sure not to do that again. Oh, I can walk into that room to turn the alert on and off. I'm also starting to have memories. I'm starting to try and remember whether or not the thing hidden in this next room behind the camera is actually going to be that useful. Also, the door might just be locked. It might just be locked because I don't have a high enough keycard instead of because I'm triggering alerts to get to it. But I'm trying to hide behind these boxes from the camera and it doesn't quite seem to be working very reliably. Let's see if crouching does the job. Okay, I'm not committing to this. I'm gonna be assuming that that door is locked. I feel like I have memories of that door being locked. I should have eaten my ration, but I have a real... The door is still unlocked in an alert state. Yeah, I don't think I want to commit to experimenting with trying to unlock that door during a non-alert state. I'm just gonna grab the gas mask and come back. Because the gas mask is gonna be borderline needed to fight the boss in the south center sort of area of this floor. And before I go to the southern portion of this area, I'm going to walk on and off an elevator. Walking on and off an elevator is kind of sort of the closest thing this game has to a proper checkpoint system. They're your saves. Your game saves and respawns you after your death at the elevators. So our keycard can unlock the southern door here and get us to the first boss with the first real meaty villain monologue in the story. Oh, we also have to change floors at the elevator. That's actually part of the saving, checkpointing process I forgot about. What's the rationale behind the Japanese kanji? Question mark? Characters in the alert UI in both this and MGS. Do we know why it wasn't translated? I want to say because it looks cool. Jammy Hopper. I think there's like the implication that the technology behind the radar might be Asian in origin. And yeah, I think it's like said that Mei Ling is the person who developed it. So I guess it would make sense that occasionally some kanji characters would pop up every now and then. But it's more important to the point of it looking cool is that it's a gunbuster thing! I think there's a ration under one of these tables. Is it a bullet or ration that I can't carry? I think the ration's underneath the table that the guard's circling around. Yeah, I can't carry anymore, so let me eat a ration. There we go! Oh, what was it, B1? There's a little bit of a, of some guesswork going on. Oh, no, it's not. It's not guesswork. It's because I'm colorblind. The rations, like, don't stack onto each other as much as they do in other games. You have to, like, carry a maximum of 3 of each ration per each type, rather than just 3 rations in general. So hitting the maximum is something that happens sooner, and I might have just accidentally wasted a ration by eating the wrong one before picking that one up. And I just kind of sort of got lucky by let's do rations and pistol. And I just got lucky by happening to eat the one in my pocket that was corresponding with the one on the ground. Bum bum bum. Foolish foxhound! Dr. Marv isn't there. Figures that Foxhound would use such a cheap transmitter. You guys are really behind the times. I am Black Ninja, a former member of NASA's Extraterrestrial Environment Special Forces Ninja. Now let's see just how strong the world's most advanced Black Ops unit is. Show me what you've got, Foxhound. So I think this is what I call George. He's 93, right? Yeah, there he is, George. Black Ninja. No one ever heard of him until 2 years ago. His past is a total mystery. Some kind of high-tech ninja from NASA's Extraterrestrial Environment team. He's quick like a throwing star, specializing in lightning-fast attacks. Keep in mind, though, he's not a seasoned pro like us. He's one of them right stuff types, an astronaut. But that actually makes him tough to take down. With a pro, you know pretty much what he's gonna do. But with an amateur, who the hell knows? For now, just wait and see what he can do. That's what you're good at. I'm counting on you, cowboy. Wow, what a bunch of confidence. NASA Ninja, what are they doing over there? Yeah, I don't know, but this is a really, really ridiculous character design where, once again, there are some very amusing parallels to Metal Gear Solid 1. Not just in the thought of the first serious boss of the game being a ninja, but also the level layout of the area he's attacking you in. When you're fighting the cyborg ninja in Metal Gear Solid 1, there's a rectangular-shaped perimeter of office desk partitions. And here, in the middle of the stage, and you kind of want to be camping around the corners of those partition walls to hit the cyborg ninja when he comes running around the corners or locks himself into an attack animation around corners. Here, I believe the optimal strategy is actually to stay inside the middle of the partition rather than necessarily try to camp around corners or pie slice or something fancy like that. I think you kind of just want to be doing predictive shooting. No, I changed my mind. I definitely don't want to be in the middle of the square. I want to be in the outside of the square. I just got hit like 3 times. I feel like I might also have less room to dodge. Oh, I got him. Snake! Who are you? How do you know my name? It's me, Schneider. Kyle Schneider. Remember me? Schneider? You were in the Resistance at Outer Heaven, but I thought they killed you. You've still got a lot to learn, Snake. I was almost killed, but not by them. By you and your country. What are you saying, Schneider? Also, just want to point out, did you notice that there was like a... Yeah, they're doing some, like sort of personality vocal encoding stuff happening into the text prompts when characters are more freaking out. Their text comes in slower. Snake, after you destroyed Metal Gear, NATO launched a massive bombing campaign against Outer Heaven. All of us resistance fighters and the children of Outer Heaven. They didn't care about any of us. There was no escape from the flames. They died like animals in a cage. I can't believe this. Think about it. The children of Outer Heaven were originally war orphans and refugees from all over the world. They were a liability, and NATO didn't want to deal with them. No, you're no different. They'll forget about you too. But he wasn't like them. Who? He came and saved us from annihilation. He forgave us for what we'd done. He gave us a new land to call home, a new family. He did. You mean, Snake, you'll understand soon what a wonderful man he is. Snake, I owe you a debt. There's no hate between us. Once again, very MGS1 sort of thing where there's like a 6-line long conversation about that line about how there's no hate between them and they're just on different sides right now or whatever. I'll tell you where Dr. Marv is. It's what he would want me to do. Find the man who's guarding the cell where Dr. Marv is being held. Follow that man, and he should lead you straight to the cell. You can tell him by his green beret. He should be on the first floor. Got that? A green beret. Follow the man in the green beret! Oh yeah, Metal Gear 2. Oh, oopsie whoopsie, just walked straight into some laser traps that are hidden behind a clever shortcut that loops you back around to a fun part of the stage you might not have noticed you were at from getting disoriented with the stage weaving around to a boss fight to dump you out the other end like in Dark Souls. Woo! I want to talk about everything that just happened in the past 5 minutes. So, Metal Gear games are famous for having ridiculous retroactive continuities, right? And in that sequence, we just found out one of the first biggest retroactive continuities in the franchise. And that is that a self-destruct escape sequence at the end of a previous game was not actually a self-destruct escape sequence at all, like the aesthetics might have fooled you into believing. It was actually NATO bombing the shit out of the base when you're trying to escape. And apparently there were like children there who were not depicted in the game at all. That's something that was also made up for the plot of Metal Gear 2 to make it more dramatic. Yes. I feel great. That's fantastic. That was a fantastic sequence. In that 5-minute stretch, you also have like 3 different plot twists happening. where hang on, gotta pray to the laser gods for a second there. Where Schneider, the scientist hostage, reveals that he's actually a ninja boss, who reveals that he's actually Kyle Schneider, which is also, I'm gonna talk about this through the whole entire game, a plot development that is, gets utilized for repetition in Metal Gear Solid 1. You find a scientist as taken as hostage in a room where you have a boss fight with a ninja. Like Dr. Marv, Otacon is revealed. You walk into the room thinking it's going to be the Otacon room. It turns out to be the ninja room. It's not that Otacon is the ninja, but yeah, you know, scientist turns into ninja, turns into former friend from the past game, whose story was way more complicated than it was in the past game. Woo! So, Green Beret, that means back to 1. Unless there's more doors that I should clear out here. Okay, so yeah, I was talking about parallels, repetitions across the Metal Gear franchise. The first 2 hours of Metal Gear 2 resembling Metal Gear Solid 1 considerably. So not only from like story premise and in terms of setups of what kinds of characters you meet when, but even in terms of level design and what the levels look like and what kind of materials they are built out of as you go through. The vent shafts are placed in a similar style, and so are the boss arenas. And also, what I actually think is a superior thing about Metal Gear 2 is that I almost want to say it's superior level design in Metal Gear 2, because of all the tools and tricks and traps that the game throws against you, it won't be saving it for like one individual area. Like, that's not the only gas area in the game, and sometimes you gotta backtrack through there. Whereas with Metal Gear Solid 1, there's like one gas hallway with the electric floor. I recall gas being used almost like a gimmick in Metal Gear Rex's hangar when you sneak up on Ocelot and Liquid talking in their command room up there. But yeah, a lot of enemies get utilized to more potential in Metal Gear 2. The levels are oftentimes bigger, wider, more complicated. You'll have a hazard that won't just get saved for one particular spot throughout the whole game. I am checking for openable doors. That's what I'm doing up here on the 4th floor. Nothing. Alright, let's just keep going. I'll have to remember that for later. Also, what I also like about the old 2D Metal Gear games is that your short-term memory is tested a lot harder. It feels very Metroidy in that regards. I'm not going to be doing it right now, but at some point during this playthrough, I'm actually going to be pulling out a notebook to take notes, and that's going to feel awesome. Okay, locked door was on my left, right? Yes. I believe there's also a ration in the upper right that I might want to hit up, but it's not necessary. Yeah, suppressor! Pew, pew. Pew, pew. Yeah, it works. I'm going for the ration, and then I'm gonna go back downstairs. What was that noise? Sound reacting guards is something that is, like, really tricky to program, really tricky to depict in a visually plausible looking way. Absolutely insane that they did it in 1990 here. If you walk on the metal grates, if you punch the wall, the guards react. They also search you for longer than they do in Metal Gear Solid 1. There are more of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 guards in this area. I can't recall a single area in Metal Gear Solid 1 that has more than 3 guards in it. We got 5. Right here. In an earlier area in the game, even earlier in the game, there's an area with 6. Okay, let's show off some features. What was that noise? What was that noise? What was that? What was that? Well, they don't have a cone of vision this time. Nope, it's a cone. Well, it's a triangle. It's 2D, but it is. There are two 30-degree arcs of guard vision spurting out of their left and right sides. It's not just a straight line. Gotta crawl across the metal grates, or else he'll hear me and spot me from the same elevation that we're on. But I can crawl past this guy without worrying about him spotting me because of the elevation. It's a good thing that cameras are white dots on the radar. I wonder how it's spotting them. It can't use thermal detectors because it has no body temperature, but it still works anyway. So, look at the depth going on. It's a 2D game. The gameplay is 2D. There's not really elevation going on. So long as you are crouched or crawling, you might as well be imagining that the raises and lowerings of elevation are solid walls instead of hills and inclines. But they did it. They pulled it off. There is a sense of three-dimensional depth in this game going on, And that, by the way, is our Green Beret. We gotta follow him. Yeah, in Metal Gear Solid 1, there's one part of the game where you can follow a guard who is Merrill, who you have to spot as a disguised guard from a distance. In Metal Gear 2, that happens at least twice. And the first time it happens, it is a much longer, more complicated following sequence that really makes the most out of the premise. And in Metal Gear Solid 1, when you gotta follow a guard, it's just right around a corner to a bathroom. And here it's through this, like, complicated jungle maze. Also, I'm not gonna explain everything that's going on right at the moment, but there were some very fun retcons that happened later on in the franchise regarding all the jungles we're seeing in the game here. Wasn't Naked Snake a Green Beret? Yeah. Yeah, I think there are thousands of Green Beret. I don't know if there are tens of thousands, but I don't exactly think it's a super rare, uncommon thing. Whenever all the, like, schlocky Vietnam nostalgia media that Hideo Kojima was consuming during his formative years were about Green Berets. God, and I just love how, like, the crawling adds such a completeness to the imagery. Like, it is so easy for your eyes, your mind's eye, your imagination to fill in the gaps of what the pixel art graphics aren't doing here. From Snake crouching to hide behind things, behind low cover, your mind is sort of visualizing a sense of depth and elevation to it, like it's almost 3D, like you gotta crouch behind the treetops, or else he might spot you over the treetops. There is also a Mission Impossible-esque theme song happening in the background. You hear that? Dun 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 dun. So what other game do we all know and love and enjoy so much that's about sneaking, about following guards through jungles while a legally distinct ripoff of the Mission Impossible theme plays? Dun 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 dun. And sometimes when this guard peeks around his shoulder, it's even timed up to the music. The last... I don't know music writing and... Oh, I screwed it up. I gotta start it over. I accidentally walked on and off the screen twice, and that resets him, but it shouldn't be too big of a deal. I don't know if they really would have been consciously thinking it up when writing the music, but there was one section where it went dun 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 blip, where he turned around as the final note of the melody. That Jesus Christ, that polish, that attention to detail, that like the oh, I screwed it up because that screen is just too small. There's some annoying things in this game, more so than the 3D ones that have more polished gameplay, but they're at a minimum. And on your way through, it's just remarkable at how much of the look and feeling and polish of a AAA 3D era multi-million dollar video game they managed to pull off in 1990 on a budget of tens of thousands of dollars on an 8-bit CPU, no less. The hardware we're working with here is closer to the NES than probably most anything else that you're gonna compare your retro gaming consoles to. So, like, keep that in mind too when looking at this. This guard has a special scripted sequence that does not match his behavior for the rest of the game. Once I hit a certain point of story progression, he's gonna behave differently. We can call this an early example of a scripted sequence. Actually, the MSX is closer to the ColecoVision than the NES. Yeah, that's another thing, because, like, they're both 8-bit machines, but the NES is actually, like, better. Oh, I think I lagged behind him too slow that time. The NES is actually more powerful than the MSX. Whenever you shoot a bullet, or just move in general, there's this sluggish lagginess that you feel in your fingers that you do not feel in the MSX versions of the game. Ultimately, the crux was that the MSX couldn't make sprites move across the screen fast enough to make a fast-paced, high-octane Contra-style shooter game that Kojima wanted out of Konami, or that Konami wanted out of Kojima's team, and so they made a stealth game where you sneak around as a, like, consolation for the weakness of the technology. So, like, yeah, besides being able to hold a lot more text, this machine, I want to wager, can display fewer colors, less sprites on the screen, and has a shorter term memory than what the NES is capable of. And I think the sprites can get bigger, which will mean more sprite detail than the NES, but the NES manages to have some games with particularly big sprites that manage to accomplish that illusion well enough by smacking multiple ones together. But yeah, and point it, it's also not even that big of a graphical upgrade from the predecessor. Like, when you just look at screenshots of Metal Gear 1 and 2, it's not really rendering a fundamentally different looking image on the screen. It's more that there's just like more text it can hold on the disc. But what I think is more impressive is the stuff going on with the AI, the guard routes, the like scripted events, quote unquote, going on here. I think the most impressive thing is that they were somehow able to give the MSX more short-term memory than what the first game had by like many times of value. In the first game, to get rations, you would walk inside a truck, find a ration inside, walk out the truck, go back in, and the ration would respawn. The memory was not there to remember that you had picked up that ration. In this game, that trick doesn't work. The rations aren't going to respawn over and over again every time. But more importantly, like, the guard placement stays the same. The persistence stays the same across 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, potentially like a max of 18 screens. Your radar is going to be showing you 12 at a time, but sometimes you will be traveling across greater distances of gameplay than the radar is depicting, with no loading screen, no change in guard placement, no forgetting going on with the MSX's memory capacity. And that's crazy. That's incredible. That's like breaking the rules. Is he gonna spot me here? Yeah, on previous playthroughs, I've had trouble hiding from him down that particular lane because of how... Oh, he's gonna sprint this time! Because of how, narrow the threshold is to get to the next screen. Dun, 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 dun. And sometimes he does cute little funny gimmicks here. There's also a sense of slapstick humor developing in this game that you don't see as much of in Metal Gear 1. You see some of it, but Metal Gear Solid is well known by combining the humor and the seriousness. There's always supposed to be a bit of humor, and this is funny. This was consciously designed to be funny. They were giggling their little booties off developing this. Players were probably smiling and grinning and laughing at some of this. The comedy is beginning here. There is going to be comic relief and slapstick humor happening in a story that's also going to get really dramatic and heavy. And that's really smart and like mature and the sign of someone who's trying to make a serious piece of art and not a toy for kids, because of the acknowledgement that a fully fleshed out story is going to have both the laughter and the crying. That was a tap code. That was a tap code. They were used to communicate in North Vietnamese POW camps. Before that, they were used during the Korean War. Instructions on deciphering the code should be written in the software manual. Over and out. Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh, I accidentally caused that to repeat, but I just wanted to say for the third time, oh boy! Something really cool's about to happen here! Let me just get my handy-dandy Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake notebook fiasco mess and find a pen and open up a window capture screen here and go to a scan of the manual from 1990. Well, let me actually take a peek at the chat while I'm on my way here. Did you print out the manual? Oh, I didn't print it out. I absolutely did print out some manuals and strategy guides when I was a kid playing Zelda, though. I had stacks of papers that I was hogging a family relative's computer to print out when I was going through Link's Awakening and trying to find the Golden Leaves. Okay, Jamie Hopper just says, really? But this looks so much better than NES games. That's when I was talking about the graphical capabilities. Yes, the MSX, this is going to look better than the NES games, but on your fingers, it feels worse. When you go back to the 80s and 90s, computer hardware isn't quite so easy to compare different machines to one another because their pros and their advantages wouldn't necessarily be on a linear upgrade path. It would be pros and cons. The MSX's pro is that it can have bigger sprites on the screen. And ultimately, Kojima's pro is that he had really good pixel artists on his screen who immediately got better in Metal Gear 1 going to 2. And also, like, Snatcher and Police Nuts both look phenomenal for more their pixel art than their technology. It's very much a case of the art selling damage. $50. Dang, you're really blowing through the Metal Gear Solid series. Oh god, go back to dashboard. Read the recent events. Unfortunately, our schedules don't match up most of the time. Do you have them archived someplace? I'd like to watch them later, given the opportunity. Yes, the Super Bunny Hop Super Secret second channel has backups of the streams. I've got all of the MGS1 streams up there. And I'm gonna be putting MG2 up there as well. I don't have MGS2 because I said too much personal information about the family drama going on, and I'd worry about either getting doxxed or having a weird aunt call me up and yell at me. Yeah. Okay. So the MSX versus the NES is probably better explained by actually playing both versions of the games with your fingers. The MSX version looks a little better. The level design is way better, and the writing and the way the characters are laid out and the story plays out is way better. That is the definitive way to play. But there is a non-negligible minority of fans who actually prefer the NES version because it does feel a lot more responsive and fast on your hands, and being able to like decipher the sightline rules for how the stealth is going to work out are cleaner on the NES version. When it comes to Metal Gear 2, though, there is no contest. The MSX version is absolutely the way to play. They're both two completely different games. But yeah, it is a valid question to ask because of how ugly NES games tend to be. Because MSX games will look better but feel worse in your fingers, and that is ultimately was ultimately the losing strategy for making a mass marketable game computer in the 80s. It was more ultimately responsiveness and speed won out over prettiness and fidelity of image, and that's a strategy that keeps working out for Nintendo over the decades, doesn't it? It had more colors than the NES. MSX2 is a direct upgrade to the MSX. I might have been wrong about that one. Was I wrong about that one? More colors? So you have less sprites that are going to be moving slower. You have more colors. Screen resolution is going to be about the same. But one big thing the MSX also can't do, probably the worst thing underneath how slow bullets are going to move for getting a side-scroller action game going on, is that the background never scrolls. This is another thing that, like, apparently you needed in the 80s to sell a gaming computer over a personal workstation computer, is getting the background to be able to scroll. And across both Metal Gear games, the background's never going to scroll. It's always going to stay static. And the NES games, they do that as well. It has its advantages from game design perspective. But as far as MSX games go, it's a hardware limitation. They cannot scroll all 600 by 400 pixels of the background across the screen at once. It's only the character sprites that are going to be moving around. But really, this looks so much better than NES games. NES games are all so ugly. I know that many of them are, yes, but there are a few. Kirby's Adventure has as good as this game's graphics and aesthetics are, they got nothing on like the top of the cream of the crop of the absolute 1%ers of the MSX. Of the NES's graphical capabilities get pushed in a few games that might edge it over this one, but like visually it looks like a 16-bit era game. It does play like a 16-bit era game. It absolutely has the story and production values of a 16-bit era game, but it came out on an 8-bit era machine at the very tail end of the 8-bit era. And by that measure, like, it would be pretty easy to say that this might be the best 8-bit game that was ever made. I think I caught up with chat, right? Imagine Metal Gear 2. Did you print out the manual? Oh, yeah. 3 scrolling shooters. They made 3 Gradius games on the MSX. So, okay, I stand corrected. There are 3 games on the MSX where they managed to do that. It's not something that you can take for granted at all, and is one of the big defining technical limitations of the platform, defining how the software and artistry, the hard sciences influence the software sciences to determine how Metal Gear would play even on a machine that could scroll the background. But anyways, Nintendo was not interested. 3 Gradius games, also Paradius, an Arctic adventure. Your enthusiasm for historical games console comparison is much appreciated. I guess the easy way to think about it is that, like, nowadays you can more or less, like, assume that the bigger the computer is, the faster of a computer it's gonna be. And when you're comparing the game consoles, they're all about $100 difference from each other, right? The Switch is about $100 lower than what the PS4 or the PS and the Xbox are going to be, right? And it's a pretty clean linear curve. Back in the 80s and 90s, it was way more complicated, where 2 machines that were both 8-bit machines with similar specs, and both had ports of the same game on them, would play pretty darn differently once you spent your $800 on one of them to bring them home. Okay, so fine. I stand corrected about a couple things going on with this weird MSX hardware that American gamers have very little experience with anyway, but the point still stands. The game looks better than NES games, but it feels worse than NES games, and it has to do with sprite limits and scrolling limitations and how fast sprites can move across the screen at all. But there's a big difference between the artistry of game design and the technology of video game hardware that Metal Gear games have a wonderful time maximizing the amount of tension between the two for this puzzle that we're going to solve right here, involving a tap code. So imagine, if you will, that we're back in 1990, and also I believe this is fan translated. They didn't officially release the game in Europe. They got fan translated for a European release that fans did a few years after the Japanese release. And with all due respect to those fans and all appreciation for them putting in the labor and the work to do it, compared to the official one, that translation is has a certain smell to it. So pretend, if you will, that it's 1990 and you're flipping through your paper manual. We got a table of contents here. Controls, tap code, page 23. Tap code. Yeah, North Vietnam. Prisoners often return to them as Hanoi Hilton. Also, is it just me? Important study discussion question for the kids. Is it just me, or is media nowadays, like, way less enthusiastic about talking about Vietnam? I feel like when I was growing up in the 90s, there was always a fucked up Vietnam veteran character in everything, and all the action movies and action video games were always referencing Vietnam all over the place, like it's doing here, and that has fizzled away with the times, but not necessarily with the age of the generation that lived through that. It still was not that long ago, and back in the 90s, we sure were hearing a hell of a lot about World War II when World War II veterans were still alive, and there were about as many decades removed from them to us as is now removed from Vietnam to us. But American pop culture, American culture in general, world culture in general, seems way less comfortable with bringing it up in the 2020s as they used to in the 1990s. Anyways, tap code. Based on coding and decoding through taps, noises, and sounds. The sender, with the table in mind, this table in mind, hits the wall, the floor, the pipes, anything that could create a reverberating sound. The receiver decodes according to the same table. In this way, prisoners could exchange information without speaking. Specify the rows first. Hit once for the first row, hit twice for second, and after several moments, send the column information through your hits. So we're going to bring the game back up here and try to interpret those instructions in some way that might be able to make sense of the noises that we're hearing here. This is a parallel happening at a similar point in the game, midway through first act, kind of like Ninja Fight. Ninja Fight happens after Merrill. Merrill happens before Ninja. Metal Gear 2, Ninja happens before Merrill. Yeah, this is a parallel to the phone number on the back of the CD case for Merrill in Metal Gear Solid 1. It's an early DRM check. Old video games before the 2000s would have you pull out the manual or pull out the manual and solve a little puzzle printed in the manual to prove that you own the game and didn't burn it from a pirate at the bootleg shop. So this is cooler than Merrill's phone number being on the back of the Merrill's phone number being on the back of the CD case. Merrill's phone number being on the back of the CD case is checking whether or not you own a copy of the printed jewel case. You could rent the game and not figure it out, and it would be a big problem. I mean, granted, that would be here too, but the point is, it's not a puzzle. You don't have to interact with it. You have to think about it for a little while, and you might feel very clever for getting it early on, but in here you actually, like... This is like a mini game almost. You're playing it by pen and paper instead of on the screen, but it's a little puzzle that you solve that also references the kind of situation that is going on, like captured soldiers in a jungle. We are going to solve the problem of there being captured soldiers in a jungle by using a tap code from Vietnam. You know, I don't know if this is the real thing or not, but it seems like they're presenting it with enough aesthetics, seriousness of aesthetics, and ambiguity here to feel like it. So what you start doing is listening to the rhythm of the sounds and just start putting notches on a piece of paper. When I was watching my friend figure this out, it was so fun to see it happen organically, and it's not. You can only do this the first time once in your whole entire life, and now I already know how to solve the puzzle. That's why you can't play Outer Wilds more than... Oh, no! Wait, am I streaming still? Okay. I accidentally my Metal Gear 2 gaming notebook accidentally hit a Windows key on the keyboard that logged me out real quick. Am I still streaming? Do we got chat going? Wait, here's the manual for anyone who wants it. Oh, no, everyone's trying to post. Can you zoom in on the table, please? Yes. Here, I'll post the manual in the chat. I'll put it back on the screen while I get my notes back out and decipher this code. 4, 5. 1. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 7. 3. 7, 2. Alright, I didn't get one of those. Talking over it messes up the effect. There's almost like a speech jammer effect going on, where if I'm trying to count out the numbers at the same time and then listen for which one I stop on, I end up speaking over my vocal voice ends up speaking over my mental voice. So let me do this silently one more time. There's going to be a long pause that'll reset it, but no matter where you start jotting these down, the message is going to loop over and over again to complete it as you go through. So it's designed in a way to be surprisingly accessible and not exactly a brick wall that players are going to be slamming their heads across, even if they're not good at this stuff. 6, 7, 3, 7, 3, 7, 1, 2. Next one should be 2. Next one should be 5. Long pause, then 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 4, 3, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. If I was 5, 3, okay. 7, 5. Alright, we got 5, 1, 5, 3, 7, 5, 7, 3, and then 7, 2. On the table that he has in the manual here. Oh, yeah, they also give you like an example of how you can use those numbers to spell out Metal Gear 2. So if our first digit in the sequence is 5, 1. 1, 2, 3. So the first number is the y-axis, the second number is the x-axis. So 1, 2, 3, 5 puts us on Q on the x-axis, on the y-axis. And now we're gonna move right one space to get R. Really? No, I thought that wasn't it. Well, let's see if I got it wrong. Let's see what I ended up spelling out anyway. 5-1 would be W. 5-3 would be X. 7-5 would be 9. 7-3 would be 8. No, 7-5 would be 0. 7-3 would be 8. 7-2 would be... Oh, I got it way wrong, I think. 7-2 would be 7. Which spells out WXO87. Yeah, there's something wrong there. Let me try this again. 6. 6. 3. 7. 3. 7, 3. 7, 2. Okay, well, ma'am, we found my problem. I had 5 notes written down in places where he was actually tapping out 6. Once again, I'm gonna blame talking while gaming at the same time. I think that, that messed me up and had me say some syllables over the one note that I needed to hear that I was missing. So 6-1 would be 1. 6-3 would be 3. 7-3 would be 8. 7-3 would be 8. 7-2 would be 7. That spells out 13887. I still got something wrong there, but I'm gonna use my intuition and my reading comprehension skills to deduce that something that sounds like all these phone numbers I've been typing in might be a phone number. It's 13887, but we can't go that far back, can we? Yeah, no, it's got to be 140 point something, so we'll try 140.87 and see if that works. This is so cool. Oops, wrong button. Oops, wrong button. This is so cool. This is just... Oh god, what button do I press to leave? I can't. I think I gotta call... I'll call George. Oh, nothing. Okay, 0.87. Nothing. I still think I got it wrong. Six, 1. 6, 4. Yep, got it wrong. Was that a 6 or a 7? That was a 7. That was a 3. 7. That was a 2. Which should be 7. So it's really the last 2 digits that are the only important ones, right? 7. 3. 2, 3, 4. So, did I also get the 3rd digit wrong? They're doing it again. Doing it again. 6. 1. 2. Okay. So 6, 1 would be 1. 6, 3 would be 3. Once again, I'm getting 3s instead of 4s. A 1 3.0 instead of 1 4.0 or something. But that means I wrote it down wrong. I know it's a 1 4 0 point something. 7 5 is 0. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Alright, got my 0. 1 4 0 0. 7 3 would be 8. 7 2 would be 7. 140.87. Why didn't that work last time? Oh, did I call the wrong one and didn't know? Ah. Seven. 1 2 3 8 4 5 6 7 2 7. Okay, like it should be 0.87, right? Like I've done this enough times to like I've triple checked myself. Is it 0.86? Is it 0.8? Should I start trying it by elimination? For 0.85 is Campbell. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 2. 3 2. Okay, it might be 82. There we go, it was 82. So, on the quadruple checking of myself, I heard that I was getting the last digit wrong by a lot. It was 82. 6. Okay. So it was the third to final digit that I was getting wrong, where I thought he tapped it in 7 times. It turns out he tapped it in 6 times. Yeah, I was getting that wrong. I got it wrong 4 times. I had to quadruple myself 4 times. There was a brief moment of doubt. But I still felt like I did something to deserve the next beat of story, and also learned a shitty fact about war at the same time. And as cool as it is breaking the fourth wall to flip over the CD case and get Merrill's phone number, I think there might be a little more, a little something more cool about doing something like that, but with more steps that get more creative with it. Where's Dr. Marv? It's been a while, eh, Solid Snake? Dr. Drago Petrovich Madnar? How did you... Marv and I knew each other from the Prague Academy. Prague. We didn't speak each other's language, but we were scientific comrades after a fashion. I was captured along with Marv while we were in America. Where is Dr. Marv? He was moved from here to the Tower Building a few days ago. It's a tall building a few kilometers north of here. Oh, wait, I had the manual up. Snake, can you guess why they've kept me alive? They must need you for something. And that means... Yes, Metal Gear, Snake, it is here in Zanzibar Land. They've already completed a new Metal Gear. The one you destroyed 3 years ago was only a prototype. The new and improved Metal Gear is many, many times more powerful. They're also working on a light version for mass production. Then it was Metal Gear that attacked the nuclear disposal sites. Precisely. Metal Gear is a nuclear-equipped walking tank. Its true power is unleashed only when it's armed with nuclear weapons. Zanzibar Land now has the only nukes in the world. And now they have this... Yeah. If you're ever thinking about how the Metal Gear Solid canon doesn't make sense, just remember that all the world's nukes get thrown in the garbage by 1995. And that Zanzibar Land now has the only nukes in the world, and now they have their sights set on Oilix, a miracle energy source. Snake, now that you know all this, perhaps you can guess who is behind it? Big Boss! The very same. With Metal Gear and Oilix, he plots to rule the world. We cannot let the secrets of Oilix fall into his hands. Science is not meant to be used only for killing. Marv's will is strong, but his heart is weak. We must hurry. I don't know how long he can withstand their torture. If they use drugs on him, he won't last long. Marv and I were both carrying microtransmitters inside our bodies. They were given to us by a female agent from STB. You could get in touch with her if you knew her frequency. Madnar, what are you gonna do? The wall separating us is made of choblum armor plate. You just can't bast your way through it. So, I'm not gonna bother looking it up, but I am gonna ask Twitch chat. Look it up. What is choblum armor plate? And is that actually really its name? It sounds cute. It sounds like a Danish pastry. You can't just blast your way through choblum armor plate. Just leave me here and go rescue Marv, Snake. Alright, I'll come back for you later. Snake, my daughter, Ellen, is a fan of yours. She's not married yet, and I'm afraid Oh, and I have a zoologist friend, Johan Jacobsen, who lives around here. You can reach him on frequency 140.40. He'll tell you anything you need to know about animals. Don't worry, I'll make sure you get home in time for your daughter's wedding. Thank you, Snake. Ham of the Chob sounds so British, it's true. Alright, she was 140.40, right? Yes. Oh, oops, wrong button. I punched my radio off, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah! This guy! Hang on, there's, like, an actor whose portrait they're using for him. I think he's, like Bjorn or Jorg or something like that is his name. MG2 cast. I used this image for the stream intro, but then I closed the image viewer window that had it open. Bjorn, Borg, Sporn, Bob Hoskins. Yeah, that's who he is. He's Bob Hoskins. What is... You guys just got a very revealing look into the machinations of my mind. Joseph Norden is this game's character in the original translation from the fans made in the 90s. Konami officially changed him to Johan Jacobsen, but they use a picture of an actor who looks a lot like Bob Hoskins, and then Konami officially changed it to a more legally distinct version later on in 2007. But yeah, there's like a Bob Hoskins, like, overweight comic relief sidekick who's always going to tell us about food. He's the animal expert of Zanzibar Land. And why do we need an animal expert in this game? I cannot readily explain, but I can explain that this is absolutely, like, some more prescient MGS3 prophecy going on here. Like, this game takes place in an area where there's going to be jungles and swamps, and there's also this, like, weird interest in what the animals are doing this whole time, too. We're going to have to pay attention to lizards and owls and pigeons, and Johan Jacobsen here is gonna lead the way through those problems. Why does Foxhound... Wait, what kind of voice should he have? What kind of voice does Bob Hoskins sound like? Like a 1990s Mario? Okay.
Why does Foxhound use animals for code names anyway? Who came up with the idea that animals are so warlike? People, that's who. I just don't get it. Over and out.
So yeah, that's our useful codec conversation with animal expert sidekick friend Bob Hoskins. So we have to get in touch with Holly, right? No, the STB agent. Yeah. I need to get in touch with the STB agent. I think I have a vague idea of where I'm going to be going next, but at some point they're going to, like, actually give me some kind of objective or reminder in here, right? Well, I got a level 2 card. Was there anything in there that I missed? Well, I guess if no one's gonna tell me where to go, and I unlocked a big new area, I'll just explore. This is a bottomless swamp and it's too dangerous to get close, but I saw a big truck driving through here. You believe me, right? This is the one part of the game where I actually will not feel ashamed about looking it up on a guide. But wait, before we do that, check this out.
Snake, watch out. You're in a minefield. Who are you? Let's see. I'm your #1 fan. Keep up the good work.
So that's where that's from. If you're ever playing Metal Gear Solid and remember getting a phone call before walking into a bunch of mines from an anonymous number about how they're my #1 fan and don't want to see me get blown up by mines too fast, that's where that from's. There's also another great comedy gimmick coming up in the next screen. Or is it gonna be the... No, it's the next screen, yeah. What's that noise?
That's singing sand, imported all the way from Okinawa, Japan. It squeaks when you walk on it. The sound will give your position away, so be careful. See ya!
That's all she has to say about that. For real, Kojima God. Ashvark, I'm gonna mod you real quick so that you can post those links. I don't have enough knowledge of Twitch to know how to do that more elegantly. But yeah, there's singing sand for about 2, I think, squares of this desert area. You can't walk at full speed on top of the sand without these guards stopping what they're doing to look around. Bum bum bum. Blah, da, da, da. Also, I haven't even really talked about it that much, but have you guys in chat noticed that I also haven't really been killing people? And I also haven't even really been having that hard of a time not killing people either? I'm struck by remembering what it was like not using the radar in Metal Gear Solid 1. After a while, the game is designed so well for that sort of alternative playstyle that you just stop noticing. Uh-oh. Yeah, I don't want to go 2 screens north, but I do want to get the truck on the right of this screen. I think it's going to be full of rations, and I got a boss fight coming up where they're going to be useful. So I want to figure out... Oh no. Okay. I want to figure out if I can get inside that truck to the right. That's my next problem. Bum, 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 bum. This is my window. I'm seeing it. So, guard on the left is going to be immobilized for a while when he takes a look at what's going on to the northwest. And then guard on the right is going to be immobilized for a while when he takes a look behind the trucks. Ah! Oh, this might actually be an easier way to get in the ration truck. Bum bum. Is this guard gonna spot me if I... Oh, never mind. Forget that thought. I was tempted to take a step inside the truck and get the rations inside and just let him spot me, but I see now they have a routine. I can use patience to get through this. And getting out of here is going to be way easier than getting in, I believe. You can probably barely even notice it on the video feed, but the guards actually glance left and right. If you focus on that guard's face, who was just in front of me earlier, you would see the pixels on his face very slightly move left and right. Thus actually corresponding to a real movement in his player detection vision cone. Yeah, the glance. Notice the glance. It's a real thing. It's a big deal. Are people being killed? No, people are not being killed. I have not even really been worried about it too much. It's easy to escape, and it's been fun puzzles so far, figuring out how to sneak around them. But there's gonna be a... Hang on. Let me put my Metal Gear 2 notebook away. There's going to be a swamp puzzle Metal Gear 2 coming up that is not fun. I love this game. One of the best games ever. This is absolute garbage. There's a hidden path through the swamp, and you have about 5 seconds of time where you're allowed to step off of the path and get back on. But throughout the whole time when you're trying to wade through the swamp to find this hidden path, your controls are going to be slow and unresponsive, and they're also it's not as easy to tell on this version because they're highlighting it for you. But the real kicker is that there's a lot of red herring false pathways through the path, like this in the top middle northern square of this map here. You'll see a false start of the northern and southern pathways. The north one extends for a little while into the water and then just stops. The southern one continues on the way you want to go and like zigzags in a big counterclockwise loop to the building we're headed to. But yeah, this is the one part of the game I think I find the easiest to criticize. I don't think they really... I think they had a neat idea in mind, but just went way too overzealous with how many false pathways this maze will send you down and how long it takes to correct an error if you make a wrong turn. So I'm going to be looking at this map while I navigate Snake through the swamp here. And I'm also going to bring chat back up before I do that. There is something weird with this kid talking about a truck who comes in and out of here. Like, you're supposed to deduce that there is a hidden path through the swamp by the kid telling you that he's seen trucks driving across this path. But it looks more like with the way the graphics have it designed, like it's a tiny, narrow boardwalk or something. Like they have a pier path under the water, a boardwalk under the water. There's planks, tiny, narrow planks of wood underneath the water that you cannot see on the surface. And I cannot visualize a truck driving across something like that the way Snake is very clumsily and stumbly. Like, if Snake can only barely make it across this stuff, how in the world is a big supply truck gonna make it across? So I'm going down, left, and then down again. You're supposed to be tracing this out on a notebook to figure it out, and I was enthusiastic about breaking the notebook out to do the tap code puzzle, and I'm not enthusiastic about breaking out the notebook to do this. This also feels less like a puzzle and more like an elimination thing. There's gonna be a false... Yeah, dead end there. Okay. I'm gonna go north. Well, at some point, there should be a path north. I'm missing it. There's a path north here, and I've just not been able to pick out where it should be. Okay, I'm gonna look for some green algae. That near. Oh, there's the path north. God, thanks. Yeah, I hope it's clear to see from the viewers, at least, why this is not my favorite part of the game. Trucks come in and out of here all the time. I don't believe you, kid. I don't believe you. Like, we've seen the trucks. We have been in and out of trucks. They're not... They're big. They're too big for this. There's a guard ahead. Da-da, da-da, da-da. And I think there's kids to the right and boss to the north. Oh boy. Okay. If I die from this boss fight, I gotta do the swamp again. And I just need a breather to prepare for that. What have I been missing on chat? There's no real challenge. The poop water doesn't hurt you. It's just a test of patience. Yeah. I think that's why there's no shame in using that for... using a guide for that section. I would not feel bad using a guide for getting through the hidden swamp path. I would feel bad for using a guide for doing the tap code. Like, I feel like I would be actually robbing myself. The trial and error is part of the experience with that. Like, you don't feel bad failing with the tap code. You do feel bad failing with the swamp path. Does saving not save on this screen? Oh, no, I don't think it does. It saves the last time you hit a, like, hard loading screen in... You know when the Foxhound logo appears and a little bullet spins in a circle around him? The screen's blue. That's a loading screen. It saves at the minefield, yeah. Yeah, what Trick said. If I die, I'm gonna respawn at the minefield and have to go through the swamp again. But hopefully I won't, because on the way there's a really fun boss. This has got to be one of the best all-time Metal Gear Solid bosses right here. Ah, a visitor! What a pleasant surprise! And just in time, too. I was about to go for a little run. I am Running Man, the world's fastest mercenary. No man can keep up with me. See for yourself. This almost feels like an inside joke about the MSX. Like, he's not particularly fast. He's not even that much faster than me. Ho, 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 I'm so fast. What do you think? Pretty fast, eh? But I'm just getting warmed up. Hear that sound? That's nerve gas. Defeat me before the gas gets to you, and you might survive. The clock is ticking. Let the race begin. Okay, so we gotta put the gas mask on, and then call up our boss friend on the phone for a tip to beat the boss, just like in a good old Metal Gear game. What's, oh no, not Jacobson, Kassler. He's the boss man, my bad. Running Man. He was a sprinter at the Barcelona Olympics. Ran the 100-meter dash in 9.69 seconds. Why did they put the 69 there? Then he got busted for doping and joined up with a terrorist outfit in Europe. so good. There's no way you're gonna catch up with him. It's like a snake trying to catch a cheetah. You gotta catch him with traps. Plant a trap, and you might have a chance. Of course, that's if you can do it before the gas gets there. The trick here is to use his speed against him, over and out. No wonder a lap made him out of breath. He's doping. It's run fast, man. The backstory... He got busted for doping, so he joined up with the terrorists. It's so good. And it's also, like, dropped without that many lines of exposition either. This is another thing that I think Metal Gear 2 actually does better than the other games, is, the word count. Oh, he didn't hit it. Come on. It's not quite as big and bad with annoying word count as the other games. When the running man joins the terrorists because he's busted for doping, he doesn't like tell you his tragic his life story about it on the way there. George just fills you in on it, you have a laugh, you walk out of the room for a bit to take a breath of fresh air and then come back, and that's it, that's all. You don't gotta hear about how the nanomachines... Yeah. We don't gotta listen to how, like, he used nanomachine enhanced doping, how he used super doping to get super busted, so he joined the super terrorists. Oh no, I forgot to put the gas mask on, I'm a little goober. Lance Armstrong does sound like a Foxhound member. There should definitely be a bicyclist boss in Metal Gear. It's also genius storytelling, because now we know that not all the supposedly evil enemies are just evil humans. So he basically just runs in the opposite direction that you run, so you put mines down in the choke points and run away from the choke points so that he'll sit them on the other side. No! I did not even eat a ration. I have to do the swamp again. No! It's fine. It's only 2 attempts. I just gotta bring my cheat sheet back out. Where'd it go? No, and I closed the tab, too. God. So, in terms of this game being blatantly a Metal Gear Solid remake, we just had a boss fight with a ninja in a kind of sort of office room with partitions. That was totally like Cyborg Ninja. We also just had a boss fight against Running Man where you put traps down and fool him into running on top of him, and that's like Vulcan Raven, right? I wonder what Metal Gear Solid boss we'll be fighting next. I'm gonna wait for the guard. Wait, Trig the Discovery, why is Running Man a hard boss? I've never had that much trouble with him. It's the like having to go through the swamp again, I think, is the worst thing about him if you fail. But once you... Oh. Okay, alright. What? Well, I don't have the mines in my inventory, so that means that it saved the game before getting the mines instead of after getting the mines. Which means that the, manual save... What the hell? Okay. Okay. Case in point, prime example. The strategy of actually fighting Running Man, I don't think has really been that hard. That's not what's provided me the trouble with the boss. It's this, what just happened just now. How you gotta go through the swamp every time you fail and need to retry, but also you might be out of mines when you do it. Now, how many do I have? 11? This is why I prefer the MSX ROM with save state. It'll be fine. I feel like I'm blaspheming for saying it almost, but I've played the MSX version a couple times, and one thing that I really did not know I would end up liking as much as I do is the high-resolution fonts in these HD era ports of it from 2005 onwards. The fonts that they use for dialogues and descriptions, I don't think they grate too harshly against the pixelated style of the rest of the game. But in the MSX original, it almost feels like they do. Like, I have a harder time reading them with my eyes than I do the higher resolution fonts. It also seems like they run out of room on the screen for text boxes to say as many word counts as needs to be said to get the point across, and that definitely comes into play in terms of translation quality in a harder way than most of the other more subtle differences between the versions. No! No! Oh my god. Okay, I gotta look at it. I was trying to do it by memory just now, and that obviously did not work. I almost died. No, where is it? Jammy Hopper, why do you want me to test out whether or not you can shoot the orphans? So, I'm gonna use the narrow choke point instead of the wider one. Nah, I'm gonna use the wider ones, but I'm just gonna say out loud, south! I'm putting them on the southern edge of the wider one, on the top of the two. hit it. Okay, I'll put it on the northern edge. The wider one. But it looks like I could get multiple hits in on the narrower run by exploiting his iframes. Also, oh no, I'm about to run out of oxygen. Yay, that might hit him. But I can walk outside and take a breath of fresh air and come back in, and it'll be fine. Just gotta make sure I have the correct card equipped for the sliver of damage I'm gonna take from doing that. Okay, so I put that on the northern edge of the wall, right? Yeah. Let me try it again. I'll do 2 this time. No! Okay. Yeah! Alright, let me take a peek with the mine detector before I accidentally killed myself with my own mines on the way out. You used my speed against me. What's your name?
Snake. Solid Snake.
Snake. The cheetah has lost to a snake. How could this happen?
Guess you weren't fast enough.
Boom! There's one-liners in this game too. Wow, that was incredibly non-lethal. Yeah. I mentioned earlier, bosses don't count. It's the like self-destruction explosion that kills the bosses. It wasn't my mines that did it. I hate people who use guns. I know what that is. It's a Stinger missile. What? They took some to the factory on the west side of the Zanzibar building's first floor the other day. Said they were going to put them on some tanks. That's very geographically specific, kid. Thank you. In fact, that's so specific, it kind of feels like where I need to go next. This is also, like, the closest that Metal Gear ever gets to Zelda. Like, that kid just kind of tells you, I think you should go to the... Or no, he doesn't say that. He says, I think there's something interesting on the west floor, the west side of Zanzibar Building 1, first floor. And I don't think your friends on the radio give you better hints than that kid gives you regarding how that's where you need to go next. Remember, this isn't America. First floor isn't the... What Snake, what are you doing? First floor isn't the ground door. I looked away from the screen for a second just to look at the chat messages, and that's all it took to almost die in the swamp again. Okay, I need to go left. Now I need to go up. Now I need to go left. Oh, now I need to go down. I think one of the worst things about this is that you kind of have to, even after you have it memorized, even after you have the guide spelling it out in front of your face, you still have to hit some false edges of this path to feel out where the border is. In Zelda games that do this, the hidden path is almost a straight line. In the Dark Souls Crystal Cave where they do this, the straight path is more of a... The hidden path is more of a straight line than it is here. Like, look at... I gotta go down a little bit, but not too far. And then I gotta go right. Oh, but I can't go right yet. Not yet. Nope, not... I went down too far. There it is. This is the very narrow pathway I was looking for. What? It wasn't supposed to stop there, though. Did they change it? Okay. But yeah, even after having it memorized and figured and even drawn out on a page in front of you, you still kind of parse your directions through the swamp as thinking like, okay, next time I start sinking into the poop water and dying, I need to take a left. rather than thinking like, okay, I need to take a left and 8 more footsteps. If there was a better grid on the ground, maybe that would have helped alleviate the problem. I see a lot of, like, clutter in the swamp. There's another, like, amazing thing for a 1990 game is that you can see little bits of, like, algae and lily pads in there, but they don't seem to do a great job of landmarking the, hidden footpaths and where you need to go for those. They should give you gloop goggles to see the path. Oh, we got a camera? Ah! I walked right into him, didn't see him. Look at that! Like, the visual cohesion of that scene is just so far away and beyond. Like, the amount of abstraction going on is so much less, the amount of imagination you have to use to fill in the gaps between the pixels is so much less. Like, the guard looked around, little dialogue box pop-up said, "He's not here." And as soon as he walked out of the line of sight, you see, like, me crawl, like the way that the shot is composted almost helps sells the humor. You see Snake crawling out of the other side of the frame. Is 6 missiles gonna be enough for the helicopter? I think so, but I also think there's ammo to pick up for it right here. But yeah, the crawling is funny, and the ammo boxes include Stinger missiles. And the way that the guard is like positioned on one side of the frame that has him hopelessly out of reach of where you see Snake cleverly crawl his way out of the other side of the frame is funny to look at with your eyeballs. It's great. What a game. What a great game. Snake picked up 5 missiles. I like how it isn't even just a launcher, it's just the bare missile. Yeah, he's gonna throw them at him with his bare hands. He's gonna throw it at the helicopter like a football. Give it a spin. Oh, I gotta hurry, gotta hurry. Yeah. Oh, I got a green beret in front of me. I also really like the radar system in this game, too. I think the radar in Metal Gear Solid is overpowered. In this game, it feels just about right. It fixes the problem of accidentally walking into off-screen guards that you got in Metal Gear 1. It solves the problem of knowing way too much about how exactly long and wide their sight lines are going to be. I also got to remember to pick up the keycard space saver in the room just to the right of me, I believe. Also, it's like funny to look at. I feel like I'm re-explaining this one all over again, but I just have not played any other games from this era that manages to do the comedy like this one can. Like the way he's peeking out from below the hiding spot. You can feel with your fingers and from the radar just about well enough where he is in your hiding spot, but it looks like a movie shot. Like he's doing that just so the camera can see him, as just for the sake of selling some comedy. I might want to CQC this guard to get inside this room. Also, have you noticed I'm not even really relying on the CQC move as much as I would be either? I'm just using good old patience and timing and line of sights. Bum bum bum. Ba da 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 da. Red card, a master card that replaces cards 1 through 3. This is how Metal Gear 2 solves the problem of having way too many keycards in your inventory. That's a problem that happens in some of these games, not many of them. I'm gonna crawl under the tanks and check for weapons. Oops. Ah. Ah. Yeah, it's like silent movie type stuff, absolutely. I was just thinking of how much like a Buster Keaton routine it feels like to be holding the directions at either an extreme left or extreme right, depending on which side of the frame the guard is gonna appear in. Bum, 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 bum. Stinger missiles. I can go north. I don't need to research the first floor of the Zanzibar Land, Building 1, Ground... Oh, almost walked into the Green Beret. This music is so good, too. Come on, move. There you go, thank you. Thank you very much for moving. Just keep moving away from where I need to be. That would be really nice. I'd really appreciate you moving away from where I need to be. That would be cool. I lost patience, just decided to tank an alert phase, because I think it'll turn off once I cross the threshold to the north of me here. Yep. Okay, let's do... Do I only have one of each ration? Yeah. And stingers. Okay, the way that they have you control the stinger missiles is really interesting. Another crazy, impressively forward-thinking bit of game design is how they try to depict a 3D parabolabic arc or whatever to the Stinger missiles firing arc in 2D. You have to put... Oh, let's see what George Kassler has to say. He actually does have interesting conversations about the Mujahideen shooting down Soviet helicopters. Hind D. Just hearing that name makes my knees go all wobbly. Weight capacity is 12,000 kilograms. Sop-teed 250 kilometers per hour. Top altitude 450 meters. It's armed with missiles and a Vulcan cannon and protected by titanium armor. A real beast of a chopper. You don't stand a snowball's chance in hell if it starts strafing you from above. They used to say that if you saw a Hind D coming at you, you might as well say your prayers. With stinger missiles, even the odds a little bit. With stingers, you can knock that buzzard out of the sky, over and out. He's not really explaining the control scheme. It's a little weird, but you basically have to put about 10 seconds of distance or so between you and the helicopter. You can use these little vents as cover on your way, but it'll shoot diagonal lines at you. And once there's 20 seconds, you stand up, equip the missiles, and then fire a secondary crosshair a few pixels ahead of the target on the off-screen radar in order to like simulate this thing having a turning radius that can't keep up with you, and there being a lock-on that takes a few seconds to take effect and start homing in on it. Really, really cool stuff. Good boss. Good. It looks a little silly when you have the strategy figured out like this, but once again, I just can't get over how complete the image I have in my mind's eye imagination is for how little they are able to depict that. Look at that. Like, you kill the helicopter to the southwest was where it showed it on the radar, but the rubble still came from overhead. So the entity in the game engine was geographically to the southwest, but I am picturing this thing as being so high up in the air that the 30 feet or whatever to the southwest that it was on me was not enough to keep the rubble from blowing in my direction or falling in my direction on its way down. Why did I do that? Why did I kill the helicopter? I guess to go north. Okay. What a game. Wow, kind of abstracted, but pretty cool. That's cool. It's so cool. This game is so cool. I should shut up and let the suspense build for this heartbeat horror. This 8-bit pixel art retro game from 34 years ago actually manages to get quiet and slow and atmospheric every now and then. That's so fucking cool. And I just found like an alternate pathway into the vents that's hidden up by scenery that the main viewpoint is occluding, but it's in like a clever way that makes sense. It's easy. It is so easy to visualize the things that the graphics can't do for you. The intuition, the elegance of this game design is just, it's incredible. No, we're not at Marv's Carrier Pigeon. We're sneaking into Building 3 so that we can go do a brief rescue the damsel sequence when Holly gets tied up and thrown in the boiler room. You're good with the cardboard box, right? Why not try posing as part of the cargo? I'm changing the frequency for our future communications. The new frequency can be found in a photo inside the software manual. Over and out. Oh boy, that a lot to unpack from that call. Okay, so we just learned from Colonel Campbell that Snake is good with the cardboard box. They don't even like they don't even make a big point out of it. He doesn't even think about it. They don't laugh about it. They don't question it. In the other games, they definitely point out that the cardboard box stealth is silly. In this game, though, Snake and Colonel are completely 100% invested into it and don't even bat an eye. Yeah, he used it in the last game, so there's precedence. They are over their initial first impression shock, and they're just used to it now. It's the cardboard box's world. They're just living in it. So I mentioned earlier about how much more fun it is doing the tap code puzzle to look up a hidden phone number that you need later on. Colonel Campbell just changed his phone number and said that the new phone number is somewhere in the manual, and that's more or less the same thing, so it kind of negates how much fun I was having with with shitting all over looking through the manual for a phone number instead of how cool it is looking through the manual for a puzzle code cipher. Where is it? Maybe it's gonna be on the back of the box. Burn, 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 burn. Oh yeah, let's get some music going while I'm doing this at least. Oh, it pauses the game if it doesn't have focus. It's a master collection thing. Oh, look at this! They give you a section of the manual is supposed to function like your notebook for your phone numbers. They have a little table you can fill out as you play through. 140.15, that's Holly. 140.85, that's the phone number we already have for him, isn't it? New frequency can be found in a photo in the software manual. One 140.15 is Holly, right? Let me just double check that. Not getting any answer, but that is to be expected. Oh yeah, if I die in a combat zone. I gotta scroll back up to that one after a while. But I'm not seeing the phone number. I remember running into this problem a few weeks ago when my friend was playing through the game. Oh yeah, there's a lot of flavor text in here about Zanzibar Land and Oilix and things that I do not think stand the test of time from the retcons that happen of the rest of the series. Like, okay, so there's actually a map here almost. Zanzibar Land. This is information that corroborates the current dominant fan theory over where Solino, Yarsk, and Metal Gear Solid 3 are supposed to take place, and how and why they are Zanzibar Land. Zanzibar Land is an island surrounded, an inland nation surrounded by Pakistan, Tajikistan, China, and Afghanistan. So, in real life, there is the country of Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan in between those and Russia. But in the opening text crawl of the game, they say that Zanzibar Land borders Russia to the north, China to the east, and the Middle East to the west. Pakistan and Afghanistan are indeed to the west of some of these tiny little jungle mountain countries called something Stan. Pakistan and Afghanistan are to the west of Tajikistan. China is to the east of Tajikistan. Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan are to the north of Tajikistan, so it's not Russia proper. But Tajikistan is, I think, the ultimate best bet on where a real-life location would line up with Zanzibar Land here, and how that becomes actually more interesting after Metal Gear Solid 3. In Metal Gear 2, Solid Snake for here in 1990, it seems kind of arbitrary. In Metal Gear Solid 3, suddenly it would make sense why this is happening in some weird, tiny, small, relatively unknown Asian landlocked country, and it's because it's in the former Soviet Union territory, where they can also have jungles evoking a Vietnam feeling for a 1960s action game primarily aimed at Americans. Anyways, despite the intervention of large nations both east and west, this small tribal nation won a victory. It is said it was achieved through efforts of mercenaries from all around the world. In 1997, it won the Zanzibar Land Independence War and became an armed, fortified nation. Zanzibar Province was once a minor race, self-ruled So Maine, oh no, there's a typo. Included in the USSR, however, the opposition towards the former regime rose in the early 90s and proclaimed independence in 97. Right, so yeah, it mentions, like, right here, the general geographic region of where Selino-Yarsk would be. It even mentions that it's former Soviet territory. And then, like, 14 more games across 3 console generations that completely change the way games fundamentally look and play. You still have a surprisingly strong bit of continuity maintained with Metal Gear Solid 3, where there's also not really a whole lot of interest being paid regarding the local culture and architecture of Tajikistan, and also the weirdness with naming it Zanzibar Land in the first place. I believe that this is the result of 90s Japanese video game translations being weird. It would make a whole lot more sense, I think, to the English sounding ears if it was called Zanzibaristan, if it was another Stan country. But anyways, in 1990, with the way that the lore is set up, we're supposed to believe that Big Boss traveled over here to Tajikistan from the west and led some kind of nativist revolution against the Soviet Union in the 90s when the Soviet Union was weak. And in the rest of the series lore, they don't really pay a whole lot of attention to how that would have gone and what it looks like, and almost seem to, like, reject the idea that Big Boss, when he's doing his nation building, would have any interest in the native concerns whatsoever. And that is kind of sort of retconned a bit to be even less of a focus here, but the manual occasionally goes through some, like, details about where the Zanzibar Land soldiers come from and what kind of gear they are carrying around, and, like, how the weird mercenary ideology works. And yeah, like, I think, okay, so it says that they were formerly USSR, and that a lot of mercenaries were used during their independence war, and that the war also came to be known as the War of the Mercenaries. But there's still, like, the implication with some of the lines here. Zanzibar province was once a minor race self-ruled domain included in the USSR, but there was opposition towards the former regime that rose. They call the war the Zanzibar Land Independence War. There is the implication of some kind of ideology of nationalism going on here. Throughout the rest of the whole series, we're supposed to believe that warmongering in the Metal Gear Solid universe, war in the war economy of Metal Gear Solid universe, is so incredibly profitable, or at least it just takes so much of the stage of the narrative spotlight that all of these implications, that it's not going to get into the nasty, probably even more embarrassing if they did try to implement it, details of how the sense of nationalism and identity over Zanzibar Land's peoples would work. That is briefly implied in 1990, later gets completely ignored and kind of retconned in the rest of the series, where you're supposed to believe that Big Boss wouldn't even need the people to think that they have some kind of strategic incentive to gain from agreeing with a Western mercenary to wage a war of independence against their empire. The translation said Russia, but it might have been Soviet Union. This was 1990. I love there's a panhandle, walk-in corridor. Weird how the manual uses both the original portraits and the redrawn Shinkawa ones. Maybe the subsistence manual has it? Ooh, that's a good idea, actually. Metal Gear Solid 3 Subsistence Manual. Maybe this line was rewritten. To account for a change in screenshots going on here. So if I'm still, yeah, streaming the manual instead of the game. So I'm looking for a table of contents. Subsistence, lobby menu, basic controls, camera views. Where's the section on Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake? There it is. doesn't have a screenshot of the Colonel's phone number, though. Ah, well, worth a try. What's the next idea? The gas mask description. Oh yeah, that's another cool thing. The gas mask description in the menu says mainly mandatory gassy areas like R&D, delicious gassy areas. Wild thing about this game, another incredibly crazy amount of attention to detail for 1990, is that sometimes you see guards wearing gas masks. If they spot you and alert you, they flood the room with gas. You gotta pay attention to the subtleties of the pixel art of the character sprites to know what kind of hazards you might encounter 3, 4, 5 minutes in the future. Remind me, what are we looking for? Colonel Campbell's second phone number. He changes his phone number, says that there should be a phone number in the manual of, a screenshot in the manual of his new phone number, and I'm not seeing it. And it might have been a line that was changed for the MGS3 Subsistence re-release version of this game. I'm going to reduce the amount of exposure in my face and make it a little less intense whenever the screen fills up with white light. Oh, I also earlier said that I wanted to talk about this song that's posted here. Okay, mute game, there we go. There's this weird song in here that just like comes out of nowhere. It's next to a bunch of flavor text, a surprising amount of next to the surprising amount of flavor text about Zanzibar Land soldiers and their equipment and the game's primary cast of characters is just this little blurb that has a song. If I die in the combat zone, tell everyone in the homeland that I did my best. Tell that pretty girl of mine that I bring best memories with me. If I die in the combat zone, tell all my friends that I died facing the gun. If I die in the combar zone, I don't need my name on a grave. Etch instead that there was a man who lived, fought, and died. So, I mean, the writing on that is a little weird. Don't exactly know how that's supposed to work with a more poetic, musical sort of rhythm to it. And I tried, like, looking up what the song is, where they might have gotten it from, what the research process for this looks like. I didn't really find a whole lot of interesting answers to those questions. But right next to it is this other one that's way weirder. This is my will, song sung among child soldiers in Africa. It is my will that when I die, don't bury me, cut off my dick, put it in wine, call my wife, give it to her, and when she cries, let her cry, when she rocks, let her rock. Who the fuck she thinks she is, fucking around with my GI dick. Another man will counsel her, another man will comfort her. Take my rifle and my bonnet, call my son, give it to him, let him defend or let him fight for his country, for his people, it is my will. Yeah, again, like, the tone is pretty all over the place, kind of weird. Doesn't exactly read like this is something that was ever meant to be read in English for your first time encountering it. And also this whole thing about, like, child soldiers in Africa. In Metal Gear 2, we begin the morbid fascination that all the Metal Gear games have dabbled in since of child soldiers in Africa. We find out at the end of Metal Gear Solid 2 that Raiden was a child soldier in Africa. And in Metal Gear 2, the villain's primary means of villainy is grooming child soldiers into adult mercenaries. And so starting from here, this is something that a problem in the world that just absolutely captures Kojima's attention, and he can't stop thinking about it since then, and also being weird about it since then. I looked up these lyrics. I tried to figure out what child soldiers were in Africa, and I couldn't find anything. It almost seems like they entirely made this up as straight bullshit. However, when it comes to schlocky mainstream American movies about Vietnam soldiers feeling sad, feeling cool about being soldiers, but then sad about being soldiers later in the second half of the movie, I think there's a pretty clear, easy example of where he got the inspiration to throw in this first song in in the left of those two panels. That's from Full Metal Jacket here. So yeah, quite a different feel, right? They clarify that you're supposed to repeat the lines over and over again as you're running. You burn a lot of calories doing that, I guess. It also has rhyming stanzas in English. There is a coherent, a consistent meter in English, consistent rhymes in meter. I think that what I have us looking at on the screen right now is like the result of what watching Full Metal Jacket in 1998 or whenever, and hearing that song through ears that aren't speaking the native language and aren't really hearing the rhythm and the rhyming, but are seeing the lyrics pop up as subtitles on the bottom of the screen, and then like internalizing the moral of that story, which is that the army will romanticize an adventure for young teenage men who end up being absolutely destroyed by it from the end of it, but even they don't get as destroyed as the enemy they're invading, and then like cross-references it against how weird and uncomfortable he must have felt reading the newspapers in the 80s about the phenomenon of child soldiers in Africa becoming popular, and it's through however many other influences of the threads of fate and luck of time happen, result in this getting plastered on the page right here. That song in Full Metal Jacket, the stuff going on at the news at the time, and some recurring themes about the shock and cognitive dissonance of war fantasies happening. I never did find the phone number. I never did find the phone number that I picked up the manual again to look for. Did someone in chat getting it? Get in the Metal Gear Paz. Maybe it's pentameter or something. Campbell's new frequency is on the back of the box, not in the manual. Okay, let's try the back of the box. Metal Gear 2 MSX box. Is this it? Do we got it? Looks like someone might have taken this picture for specific. Oh no, I can't make it out. 5-1? Kind of looks like 5-1. Let's try 5-1. Boop doop boop 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 boop. Nope, no answer for 5-1. Okay, maybe we can try searching for a similar image, or maybe there's a higher resolution one right here. No, it's still too small. Okay, this one's a YouTube thumbnail. 6-1. Okay, that makes sense. I tried 5-1 earlier. The pixels might have been just smudgy enough to turn a 6-1 into a 5-1. Ah, still no answer. Okay, what else? 6-1. 140.61. That's what it... 6-7. It could be a 7, not a 1. Let's see if that works. Ah! Six, 6? Might be 6-6. There we go. Got him. Fight when you have to fight. Kill when you have to kill. Unless you're doing a non-lethal run. Those are the rules on the battlefield in a shooting game. Over. Yo! Fourth wall He just said that those are the rules of a shooting game, when there is a very clear acknowledgement that we're not playing a shooting game, we're playing a subversive spin-off of a shooting game. Are you playing off this Master Collection? Yeah, I'm playing the Master Collection version. I ultimately decided to pick it up, even though I have a few other versions of this game around the house anyway. One thing that's different about it is that the controls are faster, and I can confirm, I'm feeling them with my fingers. They are faster than I remember. The PS2, PS3, Xbox 360 versions of this game all have a real sluggish feel to them, and fixing the sluggish feel with the PC emulator version of this game requires dealing with some options and some headaches that I decided to save myself the time from, because I also want the in-game codec phone book and high-resolution fonts as well, and I wouldn't get that if I was emulating it. Tempted to run in the truck and hide. Just don't come my way. Another cool puzzle here is that you have to equip the cardboard box to ride the conveyor belt into the next chunk of game that you're going in. Prepare for good music. I'm gonna shut up and let it play. Never mind, we got a phone call. Snake! I'm in trouble! They discovered my identity and now I'm a prisoner! Help me! Just when I finally managed to contact Dr. Marv.
Where are you? Give me your location.
I don't know. I was blindfolded. I think it's somewhere in the tower building. Oh yeah, Snake, I hear noises. Off to the left, I hear an elevator. And to the right, I hear a noise like a pump. There's water flowing in front of and behind me. Water in front and behind. A pump to the right, and an elevator to the left. I think I've got a pretty good picture now. Snake, I don't think they know about my radio yet, but come quick, I'll be waiting. So, from Merrill's phone call, we're supposed to be getting some tips about where to head to next. And I think the biggest one is that the combination of running water and pumps pretty clearly suggests some kind of pump room or hot water heater room, some kind of plumbing facility, basically. And all of those are always going to be at the lowest levels of a building, because in case of a leak, you don't want the whole entire building to be running metric tons of water up and down the higher floors. So you, know right off the bat, you have, I think, 3 different elevators to take that can either go up or down, but you know right off the bat to generally try and explore in a, towards the lower elevations from that hint alone. I remembered a tiny little nook here that's a great hiding spot for these guards walking past you. Another thing... How many times have I said another thing tonight? There's so many things. One really cool thing about Metal Gear 2 is how playful it gets with its level design. Earlier, I remember talking about the explicit comedy routine going on with trying to follow the Green Beret, who constantly looks over his shoulders at funny moments that sometimes have an associated movie stinger. I can't go down on that elevator, so I'm going to use a different elevator. There's the singing sand. That's a pretty silly slapstick gag. But also here, there's some pretty subtle gags going on with the level design. Most of the rest of the game is fairly architecturally plausible, which is also crazy for 1990. But the design of this room is a spiral. It's very specifically designed to be, it's an anti-sneaking room. It doesn't seem very realistic. It would be very inefficient to build a building where all of its occupants are designed to walk around in so many circles like that. But it's funny. It's good comedy. So sure enough, down here in one of the earliest basements that we can find, we see a lot of water. Are you friends with the blonde lady, mister? We're finding a kid who's telling us that there's a blonde lady nearby. Those plastic explosives are gonna come in handy later. The one-eyed man told us to tell him if we saw a man wearing green clothes. The blonde lady says he isn't here. This kind of sounds like the Undertale population talking about their political system. Oh, we got some loud, awful noise. So there's water to the right, the sound of a pump, and an elevator nearby, and a mysterious room that the radar is showing should be on our right here, that has no door on the outside, and weird noises coming around. Oh my word, if I punch this door, there's a question mark. That means you blow it up. Yeah, because it... learned that from the first game. If you punch a wall and there's a question mark, that means you blow it up. Thanks, Snake. You saved me. What's wrong? I didn't think you'd be this pretty. What, you thought I'd be ugly? I should have met up with you sooner. Snake, about Dr. Marv. I'm pretty sure he's okay. Pretty sure? I thought you said you made contact. Well, I haven't actually met him. He's under armed guard somewhere, but he sent a message by carrier pigeon. It might be some kind of clue. A pigeon? Where is it now? I found it, but it flew away just as I was about to catch it. I saw it heading up the elevator in the tower building. Toward the roof? The bad guys are looking for it too. We have to find it before they do. It's our only clue to Dr. Marv's whereabouts. A pigeon hunt. What are you gonna do? I'd only get in your way. I want to gather a little more info. I'm starting to like this place less and less, and then this happens. If this keeps up, I'm really gonna let him have it. I see you've still got spirit. Just don't do anything crazy. The enemy might be listening in, so let's change our frequency to 140.76. Okay, Snake? Oh, and I made a copy of my IC card. It's card 4. Here, take it. See you later, Snake. Take care of yourself.
Holly.
What?
That's the kind of thing you would say to your boyfriend when you kiss him goodbye.
What? Then what, Snake? What should I say?
Stay alive, and we'll meet again sometime.
Deal. Once again, really cool stuff going every time. Like, the story stuff in this game is a gratifying, satisfying reward for playing it. There's like actual good jokes in there, some interesting layers to the characterization going on. Snake will never get laid. And also interesting parallels to lines of dialogue from MGS1. when Otacon and Snake are in the snowfield, they have a exchange pretty similar to Holly and Snake. Where Otacon says, "Snake, what are you fighting for?" And he says, "I don't know, but if I live, I'll tell you." And they have a similar exchange to that, where Holly says, "Snake, what should I say?" And he says, "I don't know, but if I live, I'll tell you," or something like that. There's some very careful movement that you gotta do through the sluice channels here. Also, not very fun to make a mistake and retry this part over and over again, because the water has a current that forces you in only one direction. So, like, memorization down here is rough. The layout of the area is pretty labyrinthian in general. I don't think we gotta spend a lot of time down here, though. I heard this ditch is connected to the next building by a jet stream. Have a good night, Ashvark. And oh yeah, they make the kids wear little baseball caps. The water in the ditch is freezing. You'll catch a cold if you stay in too long. And I think that actually is like an actual gameplay mechanic like it is in MGS2. I hope I didn't hit a dead end. Oh, there's another card in my inventory. Maybe card 4 is what this door wants? Yeah, I got elevators? Alright, I'm already starting to lose my mental map of this place's layout. I want that garbage, I want that garbage, yeah! Now I gotta get out of here. Oh, there was a ration in the garbage, that's nice. I thought it would just be garbage. Good thing Snake has restocked his garbage food supply. Also, in Metal Gear 1 and 2, there are giant, like, dough rollers. I don't know how else to describe them. That really is what they look like and how they function. They're these giant rolling cylinders that kill you if you run into them. But in Metal Gear 1, they're kind of placed all over the place. They're really annoying. In Metal Gear 2, they are very appropriately and realistically and groundedly placed in only like 2 rooms of... Whoa, where am I? Of garbage compacting rooms. Okay, B1, I believe, is an arsenal area. Yeah, analogous, ironically, to the B1 of Shadow Moses in MGS1. But there's going to be a bunch of little supply rooms where I can stock up on weapons and armor from. Oh, I'm in building 1 again. Okay, and I think I've completely cleared out the second floor here, and that there is no need... there might be need for a ration. So, let me clear out the arsenal, and then move on. I've never been in there at all. And I have 4 levels of keycards in total. 2 different keycards that I'll have to scroll through to be checking the doors, but it'll hopefully be worth it for all the gear that I'll get. How am I going to get past this guy? Maybe when he glances to his right? Hey, he'll just move to his right. That works. Infrared goggles, that's definitely going to be useful. Are there any mines up ahead? No, I feel like there should be something else. I feel like he's not guarding enough. Also, why is the door to his lower right kind of green or orange? What is that color? I'll use my CQC if I get cornered by him later, but I'm curious to see what kind of door he's guarding. The door is brown and the level 4 card is brown. Well, the door is evidently not a level 4 door because it opened up by the red card. And also only had ammo in here. It was not worth the trip. Am I gonna make it out without taking any damage? Alright. Yeah, I'll work with that. Oh no! Looney Tunes ass evasion, yeah. The doors down here look like rusted sheet metal for some reason. I don't know, maybe that's the thing. Maybe basement B1 doors are rusty sheet metal doors. Maybe they use the least amount of their budget as possible on the doors for this zone. The Zanzibar Land People's Army's Defense Fund just did not have the fun bucks required to have fancy doors everywhere, okay? Submachine gun I don't think is going to come in very useful for this run. I think there might be a boss where I have to shoot down missiles or something, but other than that, I don't think I'll be using it at all. They're the same color as the guards. It's camouflage. So if they ever have to get into a fight in this basement 1 area, they're not allowed to move away from the doorways. This is so funny. Like, I'm always so scared whenever I'm around a corner right next to a guard, but it always works out well. Our first locked door of this area is the, towards the end of a little corridor going to the upper right. Alright, time to rush the door and then get out. Hey, body armor. That was definitely worth the trip. I could just walk out, I bet. God, I love the music. It's so seamless. Okay, so the tower building, I'm a little tempted to search the rest of the Zanzibar building and see if there's anything really worth the trip that I can get out of my level 4 card with me here. And I wonder if it's frustrating to watch, but it feels absolutely frustrating to... It feels absolutely wonderful to play. Like, this is technically backtracking, but since I have 2 more levels of cards on me, and have never actually been through a lot of these areas before, it's not gonna feel like it. Okay, I remember there was locked doors to... Locked doors to the upper right. Yeah, see, this guard has a gas mask on, so if he spots me, they're gonna flood the room with gas. They actually have, like, thought. The guard's behavior isn't different, it's just like a cosmetic thing. that plugs into what kind of bullshit you should be expecting for the non-cosmetic gameplay challenges. That is so cool. I can't believe how good this is. Like, I feel immersion. Even though I'm not killing anyone, I'm feeling a very clean, smooth sense of pacing to the stealth here. I haven't really been slamming my head against walls. In Metal Gear Solid, I'd get stuck on bosses, right? I'm not getting stuck on bosses here. The music is so good. It gives this area a sense of place. It makes it feel like it's busy. There's this, busy, high-pitched tapping on the upper end of the keyboard they're doing that makes it sound, with the little flashing lights swirling around, ticking in a clockwork. It makes it feel like there's so much more going on in this world than in a retro, your usual retro pixel art games. Almost to the point where it feels more like an homage game, an indie game from 2008 or something. Homaging retro pixel art games than it does a retro pixel art game itself. This feels like, it looks like it was made in 1990, but it feels and sounds and narrates like it was from 2009. Ah! My finger slipped. I didn't mean to walk past that door threshold so early. I never figure out what the mouse is for. It distracts guards. That actually will be really useful for a non-lethal run. It's, I think, the closest thing this game has to a magazine-style, or toss-a-coin-style distraction item. On a CRT screen, would the flickering radar pips look more ghostly and transparent? Ooh. You know, I bet it would look really good. I've never played this game on a CRT screen, nor have I played this game with a good CRT filter, and I really want to. Like, I bet it makes this place look smooth and metallic. Like, look at the lighting, the sheen on the lighting of this door, and how it kind of matches up with the sheen on the wall to the left of the door. Uh-oh. 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 Oh, see that? They flooded it with gas, I warned you. You can tell by how they're wearing gas masks. They are regular, ordinary guards. There's nothing particularly different about their AI or their behavior, but they wear gas masks on. That's the only thing different about them, and the game developers were diligent enough to put that kind of guard in the areas that get flooded with gas. Oh, hello. I hate people who use guns. That's the second little girl who's told me that, and I think that is also part of the kind of Metal Gear cognitive dissonance between having a cool action game where you use a lot of guns and a story about how using guns is bad, where the characters tell you they hate people who use guns. Alright, I cleared that out. I think that level 4 keycard is all I needed. Now, what about the rest of this place? I remember ammo underneath this desk. Oh, maybe it was the next desk. I remember a ration underneath this next desk. That ought to be worth the trip. Oh no, the kids don't say anything different if you unequip the gun. Oh no! What is this? There's a light switch. I think this is an optional area. I don't have super clear memories of this one, but this is good. This is... This is so good. Look at how cute this is. Look at how cute it's getting. They're doing a dance. Oh, this is magical. So I'm gonna try to punch them from bottom to top and then go to the door. There's another guard in the door. He's gonna be patrolling clockwise. I should make my move when the guard in the next room over is got his back turned. I might screw up when I have to change cards at the door, but maybe I can get through this without taking damage by punching them all in the back of the head real fast. No! Yes! Yes! Oh my god. This is such a good game. This is such a good game. New area. Didn't know this area was here. What is this item? Night vision goggles. Alright, neato. That was clean, right? I can't believe this is working. Like, non-lethaling your way through Metal Gear 2 is something you actually can pretty cleanly do. Good God. I can't believe how truly criminally underrated this is. No, no, don't turn the light off, you goober! When did I save? Okay, I'm not loading. I'm getting myself killed. Oh, I think the plastic is going to be the best way to do it. So it usually takes 4 punches to kill him. That guy died in 2 punches. Donkey punched the guard centipede. Well, it's been too long since I saved for me to load a save game to correct that mistake. And I hate how long it's been since I hit one of the saving checkpoints to come back here. It's an elevator, yep. Oh my gosh. So did you guys see how before you go in that room, they force you to interact with a light switch? Like this Half-Life developer commentary Gabe Newell stuff that most people didn't know about until Egoraptor makes a video about it in 2010. Whoa, whoa. They're already doing it in 1990. Yeah, so I don't know the exact term in the textbooks for this sort of thing, but this is textbook game design. If you present the player with a new obstacle, like force them to interact with it in a safe room before you put them in the dangerous room first. And what a funny, dangerous room this is. Every time I play this game, I am flabbergasted at how confidently it is knocking things out of the park that shouldn't have been knocked around this early in the park's history. Let's see if I can make it as clean as last time. I do remember having to change cards, so I'll do that ahead of time. Boom. 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 Bye. Wait, I have an idea. Oh, it didn't work! Did he just turn them back on? No, no, he's not that smart. They're not that smart yet. Also, I gotta remember not to punch this guy a second time. Just tanking the damage. Trying to remember if the door to the left of the camera instead of the right is worth the trip. I don't think I'll clear out the floor above me. I think I might have actually spent a bit too long backtracking to my liking for now. But once I clear this area out a second time through, I'll proceed back to the main story instead of backtracking. They're pretty tanky at this point. Yeah, they gave me a lot of health pretty early on. I'm not having nearly as much trouble as I was with MGS1, where I had to get one sliver of health and make it work for several hours at a time. Gas grenade, that's going to be useful. I think that's lethal, but that's going to be useful for solving a puzzle that's going to come up later on. Paul Ditton just donated $29.37. Thanks for the fun bucks, Paul Denton. Before I try clearing out the area to the west, though, I'm gonna take an elevator ride to save my progress. Yeah, this is the area before Otacon's lab with the gas, absolutely. Most of the areas in this game have some kind of parallel or equivalent or analogous area in Metal Gear Solid 1. So, if I equip the mouse and give someone a call, can they tell me about it? Also, why don't I have Master Miller's phone number yet? Shouldn't I have his phone number by now? Okay, that's everything, right? The stuff to the east of me, I already got before. So what I need to do is go down to the basement and ride the poop water sewage back up to the northern building. How did I get to the basement in here? Wait, where did I come in from? Did you get the RC missiles? Yeah. I haven't gotten to the part where you need to use them, though. Yeah, where did I come in to arrive back at Building 1 for this repeat visit? I was in the sewage, I rode some poop water, and I took an elevator up here, but the elevator won't go all the way back down. Is it supposed to be a one-way ride? I think... Yeah, I remember getting on floor 2 first, Oh, the basement floor also had the arsenal that had some items. Am I going the right way, or not? Should I take the long way and just play it safe? Taking the long route, but I'm not entirely sure it's safer. I feel like I'm missing some way to get back to the sewer basement. I think the elevator, like, breaks or repairs or something like that. But it's not too long of a walk, if in any case. There's a way back to building 2. I couldn't find it when I played back to the sewer. There is. The sewer connects the two of them. I feel like I have memories of traveling between both buildings faster by sewer than by Singing Sand area. And I think I just accidentally missed it through careless error this time is all. Oh, I think I can also get in through the front door with building card. Or with card 4. I think I can get in through the building front door using card 4. Woo. Ah, that was a close one. Can I punch him when he glances to the right? No, maybe, but I also could just walk right past him when he glances to the right. Okay. There's 3 elevators in here. Elevator number 2 goes down to the sewer. I gotta get to the rooftop. There's an elevator that goes up to the, like, 20th floor, and then you take the stairs from there on, if I remember correctly. Ah, well. Trial and error. We're almost there anyway. We're here. I also really appreciate how just lines, 2 L-shaped lines and 2 I-shaped lines going towards the center of the screen are all this team needs to depict the depth and elevation of an elevator going up and up and up multiple floors. This game stands as also a stellar example of how to make the most of every little single pixel you gotta work with. The one-eyed man is like her daddy. He doesn't like grown-ups. Okay, so he's implied to maybe have some kind of childish arrested development going on. I wonder if he also believes in Santa Claus. Oh no! I'm seeing it's no wonder that guy on the right caught me off guard. There's so many white dots moving around that it's easy to lose track of which one is which. Come on. I think I'm through here. Okay, middle elevator goes to the 20th floor. I guess that means the first elevator goes to the 10th floor. The third elevator goes to the 30th floor, so I should try and go to the third elevator next, I think. Just wanted to test this out. The B1 that has all the goodies in it. Okay, that's in the Zanzibar Land building. The big elevator shaft that was in the south of the sewer is the elevator shaft of the Zanzibar Land building. The little elevator to the north of the sewer is the towers, the Twin Towers buildings. I gotta remember that that's a B3 ration. And the final lower left, the final spiral of the spiral room. This music is very John Carpenter. Oh yeah, totally. John Carpenter movies are sharing a bigger slice of the Kojima pie than I think they usually get credit for, which is funny because I think there's one John Carpenter movie in particular that gets the most credit, Escape from New York, but I was playing the Escape from New York intro earlier in the beginning of the stream. There's a funny story about how John Carpenter got like a phone call from his lawyer about potential copyright infringement from Kojima, and they didn't go through with it because John Carpenter likes Kojima games.
What is this? A booby trap? That's right, a trap clever enough to catch a fox. Or should I say, a foxhound. I am Red Blaster, and you're not going anywhere. My grenades will see to it that your death is slow and painful.
I believe all you do is just... Okay. Oh shit, it's the pain, yeah. I believe all you do is just throw grenades up at his sprite in the walls, wherever he's like supposed to be. But I guess it's good to know that I don't have enough health to take one grenade hit right now. I'm gonna equip the body armor and see if I can take two. Or maybe I should just eat a ration. 1, 2, beans and meatballs, ham, chicken, turkey, spaghetti, cheese, and coffee. I think I'm feeling those beef and potatoes more than anything else. I wanna save one of those that has beans in them for later, but I had an extra one, so I'm not gonna be out. But yeah, for some very silly puzzles later on in Metal Gear Solid, in Metal Gear 2, you actually have to pay attention to what kind of rations you're eating. Okay, I don't like the swamp hidden pathway. I think I also might not appreciate how much unnecessary complexity might be going on with the ration system, which brings up a thought I'm going to follow up on later, because right now I need to talk about how silly this boss is. So, where is he? Where is he supposed to be right now? What does this art represent? And what is the challenge of him really supposed to be? Wait, I should call George Castler. He probably has funny stories about this guy joining the terrorists because he got a C on his science project.
Red Blaster, he's an elite assassin who likes to blow things up.
He'll set booby traps all around to pin his targets down, and then use those grenades he carries to finish the job. Snake, give him a taste of his own medicine. He's bound to be hiding behind a wall or something, but you can flush him out with a grenade of your own. Over and out. It sounds like they had a much more elaborate fight in mind than what they ended up making. It sounds like you were supposed to not know where he is at all times and use the grenades to narrow down some kind of hiding point he uses, and instead of just point and click on bad guy. I feel like there is a unfortunately unrealized design for a cooler boss going on with him. Okay, yeah, biggest complaint about Metal Gear 2 is the swamp hidden pathway part. Second biggest complaint is having to pay attention to what kind of rations that you have for puzzles that seem pretty arbitrary and weird later on. The door to the roof is painted shut to prevent trespassers, but it's jury-rigged, so you can probably blow it up pretty easily with plastic explosives. See ya! Without a guide, I've found it pretty easy to figure out that she must be talking about this wall right here. So yeah, there's 3, maybe 4. There might even be 4 types of rations if I remember everything all the way. We got our Pigeon here. But it seems almost like some particularly weird guy on this particularly weird team might have had a particularly weird interest with the game having more mechanics related to food and an expert related to food and some funny sequences involving animals and occasional behaviors that you interact with them.
Let's call Mario. Mario knows all about pigeons. That's a wood pigeon, specially trained to act as a carrier pigeon. Did you know there are over 260 species of pigeon in the world? They're 40 centimeters long and are found from Europe all the way to South Asia. Dr. Marv probably bought that one with him. Pigeons are timid and very sensitive to noise. If you get too close, they'll sense you and fly away. Yet for all that, they're notorious gluttons. They feed mostly on grain. I got an idea. If you have some beans or potatoes, you can use them as bait. I just got a large order of fries myself. All right, tough to find a burger stand out on the battlefield, eh? Over and out.
So, beans, B2. Has beans and potatoes. We keep this ration equipped. And if you don't have it equipped, I don't know how screwed you are, but you keep it equipped and slowly and carefully follow the pigeon around until it decides to land, and then you grab the message tied on its foot. Oh, maybe I should crawl. In the fan translations, they says he has to go to McDonald's. McDonald Miller's.
I have to go to... Sorry, Snake, I can't talk. I gotta go to McDonald Miller's Maxi Burgers.
Okay, I'm gonna try crawling. No, come on! Okay, I'm gonna try standing underneath his shadow. Yeah, give him, like, no window to escape. No, come on, what are you doing? Where are you going? Usually just lay prone and grab it. Okay. I just chased it for a whole lap around the building where I wasn't having much luck, so I'll try a different... Yeah! Oh, I accidentally skipped it, but... Snake grabs a piece of paper tied to the pigeon's leg. It says, "Help! Wise.Ohio Keo Marv." But the H is in lowercase. Some kind of message from Dr. Marv. What could it mean? Oh, God. Too bad we don't have Master Miller's phone number. Wes, Ohio. Maybe Wis is short for Wisconsin and Ohio is Ohio. But I thought Dr. Marv has never been to the United States. McDonald's Miller might know something about it. I don't have his phone number, sir. Can you please give me his phone number? Okay, well, let's try to do this a little more immersively and flip open the menu and just get Master Miller's phone number from the menu like we would have back in the good old days. He's .38, 140.38. Wis, Ohio. Only the H is lowercase. I've got it. It's a digital number. You see what I'm getting at, don't you, Snake? Over and over. Wis. Dot. Ohio. And if you flip it upside down, it looks like 0140.51M. I don't know what the M is supposed to be, but 140.51 comes through pretty clear enough, so
It's a solid Snake. Come in.
Daddy Dijmar, kom mange de lot. I don't know how to say de la mi pujishukul. I'm speaking Slovakian.
What's he saying? I can't understand a word. I better ask Dr. Madnar. Blah.
A lot of phone calling for this chunk of the game. Marv can only speak Czech and Slovakian. He's also the wary type, and especially so in his current predicament.
What about you, Madnar?
I can only speak Russian and English. Wait, I've got it. Gustava can speak to him.
Gustava? Is that the STB woman who is protecting you?
She'll be able to understand him, and Marv trusts her as well.
Is this Gustava still alive?
Not to worry. Gustava is no ordinary woman. She is a seasoned professional. When we were captured, she alone managed to steal an enemy uniform and escape. No doubt she's hiding somewhere inside Zanzibar Land, waiting for her chance.
Does she have a radio?
No, it was taken away right after we were captured. The only thing I know is that she's wearing an enemy uniform.
There must be some kind of clue I can use.
Here's your clue. She's a woman. Don't be fooled by her enemy disguise. There are no women soldiers in this fortress. That's all you need to know. Gustava is a woman. Why not set up an ambush someplace that only a woman would go? Like the ladies' restroom. Over and out. The music providing a exciting little stinger for the new objective, head to the ladies' room. Implication is hilarious. And the M doesn't stand for AOL Instant Messenger or AIM at what. It always it stands for meter. It's the wavelength of the meter. Like a tiny little microscopic meter. It's like an unknown meter. It's smaller than a micrometer. Some type of meter. So now we're going back to... Oh yeah, I guess I should show you guys the radio clues that lead you through here. The tower building is a military base. It was built so that you can see all of Zanzibar Land from the top. See ya. Okay. Well, someone eventually gives you a clue that there's a big dining hall, a mess hall, on the 4th floor of the first building, so we're heading there. Millihertz, maybe because it's a frequency? Yeah, maybe. I think that the milli would imply something that the meter doesn't, and whatever meter they use to measure these things is going to be way smaller than the millimeter. Yeah, ration B3. So to get to the sewer, I should go to elevator 2 and take it down, and then ride the poop water as far south as it'll go, and start searching for an elevator on the southern half of the sewer zone that has a little pathway leading north. Narrow pathway, some water mines a right branch of the pathway. A left branch is the one I want to take. This is it. I think this is the shortcut method I was talking about on how you can get from building 1 to 2 pretty fast. Spiral Room is similar to one in Ghost Babel. Ghost Babel feels like it would be Metal Gear 3 if the series never went 3D. One thing that's really weird when going back... Oh, and this... Actually, Ghost Babel, I think, beautifully demonstrates the thing about how computer hardware in the olden days... the power of computer hardware couldn't as easily be measured on a straight linear curve as it was weird pros and cons for each devices. Like, Ghost Babel looks worse than Metal Gear 2 to your eyeballs, but it feels way better in your fingers. Metal Gear 2 has a kind of weird sluggishness going on. Oh! 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 If I wanted to go down to the basement from building 1, I take the 2... Okay. That explains everything. I got it now. I wonder what it does if I go up. I mean up, not north. I wonder what it does if I go up this elevator. Metal Gear 2 pro tip. If you want to escape from enemies that are chasing you, lure them into an elevator and then send the elevator upstairs while they're trapped inside. It works every time. You can trap the enemies in the elevator and it is hilarious. It is the funniest thing. Where did that guy come from? That guy just walked off an empty elevator that just arrived. Oh, that's such good stuff. Already cleared out floor 3. It's floor 4 I want. I don't think there's anything above floor 4. So, floor 4, I'm gonna be quiet for a second before getting a little hyperbolic with my game design analysis with floor 4 here. Because once we go around a couple corners... Is this guard gonna come back downstairs? Now he's coming back down. I'm gonna have to CQC him, but I think I'll be able to get past him pretty clean. This floor is bullshit, LOL. Hang on a second, let me just reset him, there we go. I have very strong opinions about floor 4. I think building 1, floor 4, it has some difficult and unexpected traps every now and then, and I think they're hilarious and great. The mannequins is probably what you're talking about, yeah. There's also the sleeping guards, but both of those are like funny comedy gags. There was a sense of humor involved in coming up with that stuff, and a sense of creativity too. They don't repeat the same gag twice a lot for this game. And floor 4, I think, is just full of original gags that aren't anywhere else in the game. Floor 4 also has living areas. There's like these little apartments that they have the kids locked up in. The grown-ups always stand at attention when they hear the national anthem. It's one of their weird rules. There's, like, I almost want to say a quiet revolution in game design, level design specifically, happening on Floor 4 in Metal Gear 2. No other areas in the game are designed to account for as many, like, livable, everyday human needs as Floor 4 does. Floor 4 is where the kitchens and the bathrooms are. People gotta eat. If you're ever playing a game and you notice that the game developers never really think about where the enemies or whoever, where the characters in the game world are supposed to eat and sleep and poop, they're probably not particularly interested in very detailed world building is what's going on there. It's a good, easy test. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Ah! Woo! I made it out. I worried about that way too much than I should have. All the floors in this game also have some, like, central spine sort of architecture going on with the elevator shafts. And Floor 4 seems to illustrate how there's a certain efficiency, I want to say, to moving through most architectural spaces in real life that are not the way you move through them in video games. And in the mess hall and sleeping area, you'll find some pretty sensible architectural layouts to the rooms, but on your way there you gotta spiral around in some circles because it's a video game, and that means that it's the longest way possible to have you walk your way around obstacles. But those parts that are, like, more livable are just, man, they feel like nothing else. I was watching my friend play through this, and he was trying to, like, interact with the sinks in the bathrooms and the TVs in the dining rooms, and, like, wondering if you can walk up to the plates and eat food, and just the, even if they're not interactive, just the visual graphics of those elements being there on the screen is enough to really sell a sense of place to players that wouldn't happen otherwise. All clear. I shot the box twice and it's safe. The box did not react to me shooting at it. We're good. There's only one bathroom here. It's on the southeast side of this floor, but I'm too scared to go there at night. So she's also giving you some subtle reminders about where your next objective is supposed to be. Oh, there's booby traps in this next couple rooms. If you catch a cold, go to the infirmary and they'll give you some cold medicine. There's an infirmary here too. They also think about where the guards go to, where the guards go when they get sick. Whew. There's a bunch of soldier mannequins in there. Oh, she just spoiled the trick. Okay, this section is really playful and cute. One of these is a real soldier, the others are dummies. And you can tell which one is the real one by his radar blip. And unfortunately, RNG screwed me over. Sometimes a guard is spawned facing the door here. I think this is one of the only areas in the game where that presents itself as a problem, but I think I can get past this guy with the CQC punch. Boom. Yeah. Okay, we got 3 guards in here. Lower left is looking to the south, lower right's looking to the east, upper right's looking to the north. So if I go mid, I should be safe. I'm gonna have to take some damage to get out the door, though. Maybe not. Yeah, I made it out clean. Okay, here we go. This is the dining hall I was talking about earlier. Look at the clutter, at the detail they put in here. There are sinks for washing dishes on the left. There are condiment trays. There are seats at the place of every table. Every table has something like 40 to 60 seats on them. In the south middle of the screen here, the perspective is a little weird, but there's also a large TV set at the bottom of this area. So my binoculars, I actually want to peek over to the right. Okay, that guard is looking south, so I can't move across there just yet. Note the music as well. This is Mission Impossible music. That means it's time to follow someone. But wait, we don't just have, like, dishwashing stations and televisions and seating stations. To the upper right of this area is a locked door with a freezer where they store the food. Oh no, my rations are too frozen to eat. Well, I'll come back here after eating one of them and finish it off, raid that pantry. So there's a freezer, dishwashing station, sinks, eating, sitting, television, potted plants for scenery, and yes, even bathrooms with buckets. Can you go inside the lockers? No. Can't hide in the lockers. So we haven't necessarily reached a, like, Metal Gear Solid 2 level of environmental interactivity and detail of depiction, but this area, I consider it mind-blowing. I consider it mind-blowing because I remember reading about Deus Ex and Half-Life and gaming magazines in the 1990s, and they talked about how important it was as a level designer to make sure that you put a light switch. Oh no. So the bucket, all clear. The bucket is like the cardboard box in that, you can use it to disguise yourself in plain sight, but guards will shoot it a few times if they spot it. They don't trust... They're smarter than they are in Metal Gear Solid. They do not trust the box like they do in Metal Gear Solid. If they see a box moving around when they're not looking, they will shoot the box. And then when the box doesn't bleed out and die, they think it's fine, so it's still funny and silly, but they literally... No! I just said that while talking about how the guards actually have smarter behaviors than they do in Metal Gear Solid in the sequel. Anyways, in Metal Gear Solid in the sequel, you have a scene that plays out almost exactly like this one. Gustava. Yes, that's me. I am Gustava Hefner of the STB, and you must be Solid Snake. We're after the same thing. Why don't we work together to save Dr. Marv? Have we met somewhere before? Okay, holy shit. Snake, no. We have not met somewhere before, but we're about to meet in the future in 2 different occasions when you meet the Olga character and then meet Merrill in the bathroom. Typical Western man, always ready with the pickup line. Now I remember. You're Gustava Hefner, the Ice Princess. You took the gold at the Calgary Olympics. You must be mistaken. I don't think so. I know Enough of this. What about Dr. Marv? I made contact with him over the radio, but he doesn't speak English. Then he's safe. Good. I'm glad he had that surgery to implant the microtransmitter safe. Snake, lend me your radio. The frequency is 140.15. Tadige Gustava. Marv. Pana doktora, jak si shitete. Dokuji, shiram si dubje, Gustavs... Yeah, you got this, right? Also, why did they bother to include the special characters? Like, they didn't have to do that, and I do believe it takes up considerable... back in the 80s, non-negligible, considerable amounts of media space, memory space, for the software to just be able to display these characters for the check font, and they went through with it. They still did it. That attention to detail is still there, and Gustava is saying, Dr. Marv is safe for now. He says there's a large crevice to the north of the tower building. The prison is on the other side. Dr. Marv also... Oh, I missed it. Don't worry. Madnar is safe. Right now we've got to get Marv out of there. Got it? I know a shortcut to the crevice. There's an old sewer running down here. We can take that elevator down. Let's go.
Whoa, there's an elevator there? Huh, what do you know?
Yeah! This is another... The ladies' room has a secret elevator. Oh my gosh. What a game. What a video game. Oh yeah, you can't crouch when people are following you. The MSX just could not compute enough to be able to compute you and your buddies all crouching after each other. Ah! Ah! Prepare for good music, prepare for good story, prepare for just some good old Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake happening here. Oh no! Oh, I don't even think I managed to finish my thought before all this stupid stuff started happening, but the bucket is like the cardboard box in that it serves as like a mobile hiding spot that you can use in plain sight around guards, and they interact with it the same way. However, their bullets don't penetrate it and it doesn't hurt you. So it's actually a superior cardboard box because the animation is also funnier. So that's why the bucket is a better... Ah! No! We gotta get away! Get away! Get away! Woo! No! Oh! Oh my gosh. I'm not gonna risk that a third time, but it seems like they're teasing you. It seems like there isn't a real window to escape that thing if you take a left at the fork instead of a right. Oh my god! Jeez, I didn't expect it to get that close. Also, question for Twitch chat, what even are these things supposed to be? Like, what is this? Why is there... Like, I don't know if it's a bulldozer. It doesn't really look like a bulldozer. It doesn't really look like a street sweeper. Is this the right elevator? I think there was something on the right. Oh. Oops. They're definitely not surveillance cameras. I'm sorry, as soon as I asked that question and looked over, the first message I see just says, a surveillance camera. Industrial duct cleaning robot. Well, that's gonna be my headcanon from now on. Yes, these are industrial duct cleaning robots. They're cleaning ducts. We're in ducts. We're walking through ducts. There's room for like 4 people to walk side by side abreast in these ducts. Oh, I remember now. I can't go through here yet. I think I gotta go upstairs and get like the doctor or something. They're a pita. Like toast? I'm gonna look that up during our elevator ride. PETA vehicle? A pit vehicle? What does PETA mean? No, I see, I'm sorry, but I looked up PETA vehicle and the first thing it comes up with is a food truck serving like falafel wraps. Yeah, I'm definitely not seeing whatever these like sewage tunnel cleaner vehicles are supposed to be. Also, like, are they automated? It's 1995. Shouldn't there be like someone piloting those things in there who'd see me running around down there or something? They're a PETA pain in the ass. Oh, you got me. Oh, Gustava, Snake. Doctor, you're all right. You lost some weight, Madnar. And you haven't changed a bit, Snake. Snake, we must hurry. Dr. Marv is waiting. Oh, I accidentally was doing the wrong voice. So if Dr. Marv is supposed to be Shaq, then... You mean Dr. Marv is still alive?
I thought I could escape through this passageway, but the elevator wouldn't open from the inside. Gustava, you and the doctor get behind me. We're moving out. No, wait, Snake. I have something to give you. I swiped it from a guard. It's card number 5.
Lead the way, Snake. I'll follow you. Sorry, I thought you would No, like, when you pasted PETA in full capital letters as an acronym, I assumed it would mean something like, pneumatic inner city tube application vehicle. I didn't know which specific PETA acronym we were referring to. Oh my gosh, she's even wearing, like, camo pants. Like, she looks like Olga. Yeah, hang on. Olga, MGS2. So, like, Olga's default costume on the tanker is, like, that striped Russian shirt, and then the camo pants. Gustava is definitely wearing camo pants. The pixel art resolution might not be quite enough to really decipher what the top is supposed to be. And I mean, I might even be using my imagination by visualizing what they're both wearing as a camo pattern. But yeah, she even looks like Olga. Pulverizing intraterrain automaton. Olga's just wearing a Spetsnaz uniform with a military tank top.
Snake, wait. I can't go on. I must rest a little.
Snake?
Alright, we'll take a short break. Please excuse me, I have some business to take care of.
How odd.
Give the guy a break. He's an old man. He can't hold it in like he used to.
So that's something I don't feel like the future versions of Snake would have the patience for. I said earlier that this is a slightly different version of Snake. He still kind of talks the same as the future character, especially after the 2006 translation. But, like, he's also not a mean, grumpy piece of shit just yet. Like he doesn't lose his patience. He is waiting for an old man to hold the group up to use the bathroom, and I feel like the Snake of MGS1 and 4 are just always rolling their eyes at everyone else and telling them to hurry up. No, I mean us, a world-renowned scientist, a former Olympic athlete, and an ex-special agent, trugging together through a sewer. Fate can be funny sometimes. Oh yeah, and that's another thing, like, he stops believing in fate, I guess. Fate? Yes, perhaps you're right. You know, when I was a little girl, my mother used to tell me stories about Poland during World War II, about the Warsaw Uprising. My mother spent days in the sewers under the city fleeing from the Nazis. Her skin and clothes were caked black with mud. You cannot even see her face. My mother and I are much alike. We are both haunted by war.
Gustava, why'd you quit skating and join STB? You'd think an Olympic medalist would get the royal treatment, even in the East.
Not exactly. It was something about the ice. It felt cold.
The ice?
Snake, are you married?
No, I don't have a family. And you?
I'm all alone. I have nothing except the unit, and it's not because I like being single either. Perhaps I simply never had the chance.
And what about a boyfriend?
Once, only once. I thought about getting married. It was back when I was still skating. I was deeply, madly in love. It still hurts to think about it. He was a Western man. His name was Frank Hunter. He was handsome, well-mannered, intelligent, but always afraid. I would have thrown it all away for him. My family, skating, everything. I would have followed him anywhere.
You would have defected.
Yes, but it was not to be. The West rejected my bid for asylum at the last minute. Some sort of political reasons I still don't understand.
They probably just didn't have room for you. It happens all the time.
Ever since, my family and I have lived a nightmare. We lost our right to compete. We're branded as Rafunskis. refusenix. I had no choice but to go into STB, but I have no regrets. When I was on the ice, I knew only the ice. Now I know so much more. I've even killed a man. What about him? Did you ever? I never saw him again. A Berlin Wall was too high for either of us to climb. Hello again. Hello again. Sorry to keep you waiting. That was some bathroom break. Let's go, Snake. Once again, there is like a kind of sort of quiet revolution in level design or like catalyst. Like these sections of walking and talking down a long narrow hallway are something that would never happen in 1990 games. I mean, okay, 1998. In Half-Life, you have a game all about walking down a narrow hallway while waiting for scripted sequences for stories to finish. They had figured out some things by making Half-Life that it seems like Metal Gear 2 already had figured out. Oh, the heartbeat. Pay attention to the heartbeat. A bridge. We can only cross it one at a time. Let me go first. I haven't got long to live anyway. No one will miss me if I fall. It's alright. You can come across. Okay, I'll go next. See you on the other side. It's safe, Snake. Hurry and cross. Oh, and you actually have to do it yourself. You can't... you can't even go back. There's an invisible wall. Gustava! Gustava! Snake. I knew I couldn't do it. Couldn't find my footing off the ice. I was always skating around. I never learned to plant my 2 feet on the ground and walk. The ice is starting to thaw between the east and the west. Gustava, it's time to start planting your feet on the ground. Take control of your life and start living. Gustava, don't give up now. It's too late for me. I've seen enough people die already to know that I'm beyond saving. Just my luck. Just when I'd meet someone wonderful again. I would have liked to see you skate again. Oh yeah, you cannot imagine him saying that later too. Thank you. Take this. It's card 6. And this, it's my brooch. To use it, you... How? How do I use it? I can't hold on. Frank. Snake! Snake! The curtain of the stage rising and falling. Metal Gear! We should screenshot this. An iconic Metal Gear, the quintessence of Metal Gear Solid happening with that line. Gray Fox! Yeah, like... the immediate way to characterize the whole of the entire franchise just happened in the past 30 seconds. This bridge is closed. I'm taking Madnar with me. Tell you what, Snake, for old time's snake, I'll do you a favor and let you live if you get your sorry carcass out of here. You hear me? Go home, now.
Think it over, Snake. Fox, you won't get rid of me that easily.
Yeah. Now I'm in control again. The game's normal. I guess you don't get an extra sad camera angle for crouching next to Gustava's body there. But oh wait, phone call. Snake, you remember the veranda in the tower building they used for parachute jump training? How would I remember that? You don't have to get there, and that's not very clearly explained if you do happen to see it beforehand that that's what that platform's for. If you have a hang glider, you can jump from there straight over the crevice. There should be a hang glider on the east side of the first floor of the Zanzibar building. I saw it once at Thanksgiving. See ya. Why are they celebrating Thanksgiving? Use a mine detector in a minefield. Over and out. Okay. So, I wanted to talk about how much the past scene is setting up the tropes and repetitions and story motifs for what would get reutilized later on in the series over and over again. In about a 30-second span, we have a sequence of narrative events that bring us from Gustava in the bathroom to Gustava getting blown up by a rocket and thrown by the side of the road, to then having some kind of implied love triangle with another character in the story crop up to make the death a little more weighty and intense. It's very subtle. This is one of the most, for how major of a tragic plot twist it is, this has got to be one of the most subtle ways that Kojima's ever handled the writing of a major plot twist, and that has to do with Gray Fox killing Gustava. So, damn it, in her conversation, Gustava says that she falls in love with a man named Frank Yeager, and that they attempted a defection, and it didn't work. Frank Hunter. She says she fell in love with Frank Hunter, and that's because I think it's Swiss is the language. Some northern European Nordic language translates Hunter as Jaeger. And so Gray Fox shoots a rocket in the general direction of his enemies. He does not know that Gustava gets caught in the blast. And later on he comes back again. The plot, the tragedy that just happened is going to get referenced again later. But one thing that blows my mind is it's never explicitly spelled out in as clear a language I gave it just now. Like, you have to figure that one out. You have to think about it a bit. You have to, like, spot that the guys are both named Frank, and that they happen to both be there at the same time, and talk about skaters being a big part of their life. There is no 8-minute-long monologue where the tear-jerking irony of the tragedy is very clearly, repetitively, monotonously spelled out to you. It's the one and only Metal Gear plot twist. The one and only, like, emotional tear-jerker kind of tragedy irony plot twist, where Kojima actually has some fucking faith in the kids playing the game to figure it out themselves. Oh, it's German, not Swiss. So it's German. Frank Yeager means Frank Hunter. And if you know a little bit of these languages, it's pretty easy to figure out. And there's a whole bunch of other clues. Giving you a little breadcrumb trail on the way there. But yeah, that's what just happened. And it's really cool. And it happened on a bridge. There is another, like, subtle layer, I think, of tragic irony going on with how Metal Gear Solid 3 takes place in Zanzibar Land, with how both games have a lot of their most major plot events happening while using bridges as very convenient devices to build suspense and narrow possible movements and escapes and whatnot. There's always a lot of drama happening on the bridges of this area, it seems like. It's interesting that the later games move that dramatic weight from the protagonist to the antagonist. Yes, absolutely. Like, it's so... one of as stupid as things get, it is a really smart way of handling a long-running, never-ending, multi-decades-long media franchise as, like, imagining a lot of the events being repetitions of generational trauma. So the way that you would understand Metal Gear from that frame would be imagining, Big Boss getting traumatized in the Selino Yarsk mission. Okay, I need a hang glider. That's in floor 1, not 2. Big Boss gets traumatized. It's on floor 1. I get off at floor 2, change elevators at floor 2. Big Boss gets traumatized by war. Snake gets traumatized by war. And both of them deal with that in, like, really weird ways, where they illustrate the wrong way again. The philosophies of the character. Big Boss turns it into a business. Oh no, I just sneezed from the water. Big Boss starts a business. Solid Snake stays private and keeps to himself. Da-da, blah, 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 and sometimes does terrorism. But the steps of each game on the way there, retroactively, even after they come out, are just like major episodes explaining why they would interpret that as being the oopsie. Interpret that as being their solution to the will, or whatever you want to call it. The problem of how to process the grief of killing the boss, I think, is a better way of explaining it than the will of the boss. Yeah, like, it's not so much about how the different characters interpret the will of the boss. The boss never wrote out her will and gave it to a lawyer and asked these characters to fill it out. Maybe it might just be a translation thing. It might have been better off if they described it as, how these characters deal with processing the grief of the boss rather than the will. No, it's more about the grief of the boss than the will of the boss. I'm sneezing underneath this bucket that he's shooting at. No, what? Was it noise? Is that what set him off? Okay. I think I just had a pretty good thought with the last rant I went on about how the Metal Gear Solid franchise does seem less stupid and makes more sense and seems less nonsensical if I'm imagining that what... Oh my gosh, Snake has a cold! That's so cute! If I'm imagining the problem about the later prequel games being more an issue over characters infighting over interpreting the grief of the boss rather than the will of the boss. Calling it the will is something that felt like it never made sense to me. I think it's a translation thing. It's Kojima not being a native English speaker and also not paying enough attention to native English speakers, telling him that this stuff does not sound great to the native English-speaking ears. Because it does seem like he might have intended something that might be more better translated as the grief of the boss, or the trauma of the boss, the memory of the boss. Like, a will implies an intention of seeing this vision so insistently that you start, like, getting the legal system involved, whereas the boss, she seemed ready to die. I don't. I just need to punch this guy and then walk in the door he's guarding. Look at how clean that CQC move looks, too. Give him another! That is so clean! It looks good, it feels good, it sounds good. Good, it feels good, it sounds good. Yeah. This game is so good. This is such a good game. Have I, like, adequately portrayed that by now? Because if I haven't, let me know, and I will keep going with more. But... But I do hope that I have adequately showed off how many features are so many decades ahead of their time here. And how, like, the philosophical thinking of what a game is supposed to be, what kind of a story we're telling by playing through this here, and what kind of characters we're dealing with here by sneaking around some characters and killing them easily, while also caring deeply about other characters and talking to them for long periods, and actually acknowledging some kind of cognitive dissonance going between those two types of characters. I'm thinking about going back up to floor 4 and clearing it out. Clearing out the sleeping area that should be open to me now with the higher level cards. Okay, you guys gotta understand. In 2003, when Devil May Cry comes out for the PlayStation 2, the music was really, really good, and it had like multiple layers of tracks that would smoothly fade in and out of one another depending on how intense the combat gets. And here in Metal Gear 2 in 1990 on the MSX, we have something similar cooked up in the oven, where they're stripping layers of instrumentation out to make the evasion more suspenseful and sound a little different than the music you hear during the alert. Ugh. This was before even iMuse and X-Wing. This was before they did that in System Shock. In System Shock. System Shock is one from I think that might also have been 1990, so actually maybe around the same time. Was blowing my mind with how much more seamless and complicated the music changes could be because of the MIDI instrumentation, and we've really lose a lot sometimes from the forward marches of technological progress. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, I also wanted to go to floor 4 anyway because the infirmary will have cold medicine. Do 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 do. I believe these lockers are interactable to some extent. And there's a child in this locker. Oh, we're playing hide and seek. Look at that, how cute. It's like a reference to how Metal Gear is a hide and seek game. See, like, there's also so much playfulness going on. The story is more intense, it is more grisly, it's for an older audience, it's about how some more intense tragedy behind real-life world issues, but it tempers that so very... No! Hell yeah. So I just sneezed loud in the sleeping area and it woke up all the guards because I have a cold because I've been swimming through cold water in the sewers. Oh my gosh, I can't get up. I am feeling like such a weird dopamine adrenaline rush just from like how far ahead of its time this game is. Like the usage of perspective and slapstick is way out there too. It's I'm gonna power through for this next one. Okay, that got him. Remember how I said that all the gaming magazines in 1998 were telling you that it was extremely cool that the level designers in Half-Life would always remember to put light switches by the doors in every room? Maybe they got that idea from Metal Gear 2. Cold medicine! Yay, now I won't be sneezing everyone awake. So, there's a sauna in here. Some pretty good stuff going on. The item that you get for going through this, yeah, I'm going through this whole routine for the funny item that I'm gonna get. There's a really funny, super slapstick. Oh my god, I'm sneezing! This is hilarious! I still have a cold. So there's a sauna here, and brooch. Its use is unknown. It smells like Gustava. At some point, this is a spoiler alert. They're gonna explain it later on, but at some point they say that Gustava's brooch is a key for activating Metal Gear or whatever, and it changes shape from the temperature. It's analogous, it's synonymous, it's parallel. It is a parallel with the pan card changing from the temperature in Metal Gear Solid. If I go in the sauna and hide with the brooch for 60 seconds or so, it'll change shape and open up Gustava's locker, and inside is an item that I can use in combat to avoid combat and escape combat in a pretty hilarious way, if I'm remembering everything right. Did it change shape? Gustava brooch. What kind of shape is it supposed to take on from the sauna? Yeah, the key is the change, but I didn't see it change shapes though, and I didn't really get a good idea of what it looked like before it changes shapes. The key with the teeth to one side is warm, both sides is cold. Okay, well it looks like I should have the warm key then, because the teeth are on one side. Yeah, that's what I wanted to know, unlike MGS1. No, I didn't know that. I should just take the cold medicine now, shouldn't I? Contains isozone chloride to fight nasal congestion. Helps stop sneezing, runny nose, stuffy nose, and teary eyes. It's 2 Z's when room temp. Yeah, or it's a Z and an L. That's the Zanzibar Land signia. Which I think is also bears worth mentioning, like, in terms of trying to figure out whether or not Zanzibar Land is a real country. What kind of country in general Zanzibar Land is supposed to be? It's a mercenary-run microstate. I don't think there are many famous real-life analogs, because, I mean, famous real-life countries that are surprisingly wealthy and well-equipped for being mercenary, military juntas. Yeah, this is. I don't think this is a realistic thing. Zanzibar Land is a mercenary microstate. These existed in the medieval times, believe it or not, but not in modern times, where they have a politically sovereign entity that is only as big as is needed for the compounds of 3 buildings. And that actually is a little realistic. That does exist in real life. Like, Monaco, Liechtenstein, and the Vatican. There are some very, very small island nations in the Pacific that also count as microstates. Zanzibar Land being a whole entire country when it's only 3 buildings with a parking lot outside actually could conceivably, feasibly happen in real life. I don't know if the thing about it being, oh, I didn't open the locker. About it being run by a government of mercenaries who also are not really facing a particular problem. Cassette tape with nativist uprisings either are what seems less plausible. In the medieval times, there would occasionally be small states of, like, a castle on the top of the hill with the farms surrounding them, where the royal family that lives inside that castle basically operates the entire country's economy as mercenaries doing a war economy. Which is another thing that, like, I can't take a lot of, like, the marketing and promotional materials over the prequel games having Big Boss founding a new kind of company or a new kind of country never really made sense to me either, because it has not happened in a big way over the past, like, 200 years, but mercenaries trying to found tiny countries is something that does happen occasionally throughout the entire grand 6,000-year-long scales of Western history. It's more confusing when Zanzibar is a real island, yeah. So Outer Heaven would be a microstate, yeah. Outer Heaven would be a microstate. And I think that the real-life analog would be analogous with, like, what the island of Malta was in like the 1700s, 1800s during Napoleonic times, where the island of Malta was a sovereign political entity that had allies that did not pick and choose allies with big powerful empires. It was run by a cloister of monk pirates who would just sail around the Mediterranean and rob people and support an entire country of, like, 50, 100, 100,000 people, less than 500,000, more than 10,000 people off of piracy loot. And that kind of situation has not happened very often since, like, the inventions of modern technology and whatnot. Like, Napoleon was the final the final nail in the coffin of their situation, but in the, like, medieval and early modern world, it was not an uncommon situation to have a big boss style mercenary microstate. Kojima seems to think it's relatively unprecedented, maybe in modern times, but not in Western history in the grand scale. But he also seems to think that one of those would be an especially big pain in the ass for the world powers if they were nuclear armed. I suppose that's also unprecedented and untested, but what seems weird to me is that the advances in the technology that make that kind of explicitly warmongering, no argument about it, like evil, tyrannical, rule of tyranny, reign of tyranny style governments last long enough without facing a revolution from people who can make guns in their house and pass materials between each other through a printing press. The style of tyranny that Big Boss is employing seems awfully out of place for the age. If we if a military warmongering dictator of a small country in Asia where Tajikistan is supposed to be, I suppose he is wearing the classical outfit of a military uniform covered in medals with a beret underneath an old pissed off man who can't let it go. But, and I mean, his story also does kind of reflect the archetypical 20th century arc of an idealistic revolutionary who's gotten screwed over by a major power, becoming a tyrant himself later on. But I don't exactly know much about Tajik history, but I have a feeling that one of the things that usually throws a lot of wrenches in that kind of plan nowadays in the modern world is that the native population is usually not quite so keen on that situation as what they oftentimes had to accept during medieval times and the early modern times when tyrannical mercenary microstate governments could be more easily spotted on the map. Even Snake said a PMC is just another word for merc and MGS4. Yeah, and whenever they absolutely, compared to the rest of the history, during whatever small-scale situation they are allowed to exist within major worlds nowadays, like, they still don't seem to be particularly euphemistic or apologetic or too very whitewashy of the whole concept, right? Like probably the most controversial thing that's in the minds of the American population is like the war crimes committed by Blackwater and what sort of situations could be implemented to nick that in the bud. Zanzibar Land should be a breakaway state in Florida to be more realistic. What am I doing? I'm going to fill up on rations. Rations from the pantry. That's what I'm doing. And then I'm gonna take a trash... Woo! Then I'm gonna take a trash chute downstairs, ride the sewer up to the northern building, and then take the elevator. Third elevator, right? Yes. Oops. Yeah. So, okay, Big Boss's idea of a highly armed mercenary state that has a lot of arms but not a lot of territory, and manages to make so as to make itself a sovereign, defendable entity more through like the quality of its army than the quantity of its territory. I think that the problem is that might not necessarily be compatible with the styles of nationalisms that have cropped up over the past couple hundred years, where in medieval times you could have a population of tens of thousands of people more or less accept their lot as the subjects of a foreign ruler who became king through might rather than any right. If Big Boss is so easily able to use high-quality weapons to be a pain in the ass for world powers, I find it easy to imagine a separatist, nativist, nationalistic group in Zanzibar Land to be a big pain in the ass to Big Boss. What am I doing? I didn't take the exact route I wanted to, but I still took a quick enough route nonetheless. Yeah, so how many different security measures does Big Boss have in place for a pissed off Tajik to start kidnapping scientists and kidnapping Metal Gears. You know? How... Because it keeps happening. What's he doing to prevent it from happening to him? Oh, you could try freezing the brooch early, but I doubt it would last. You know, since I'm actually right here, well, since I'm a short walk away, I'm gonna try taking the elevator back up, I'll freeze the brooch and bring it with me, and I'll just try to make sure never to pick it out of the menu. And I'll make a save, I'll test. I'll just test it. I feel like it might be worth the time to take the test. I'm right, I'm just a few screens away. There's no tough guards in the way, just PETAs. We're calling these PETAs, that's their official name now. There's just pains and asses. The real question is whether Big Boss is a colonialist. I don't think if his flavor of tyranny counts as that one, because he is explicitly opposed. Actually, yeah. No, his flavor of tyranny, I would think falls under the flavor of that, like, 20th century left-wing tragedy where a left-wing revolutionary ends up becoming a right-wing genocidal psychopath afterwards. Where Big Boss is explicitly opposed to the idea of sending all of the resources of his microstates back home to a larger company. He is a larger country. He's explicitly opposed. Like, that's part of the whole beef. Oh, it was room temperature. Yeah, I don't know if this is gonna work, because if it passively changes shape back into room temperature, and there's nothing I can do without me taking it in and out of the inventory, then maybe there would not be enough time to do this, because I got to, like, fight a boss, I have to do a hang glider ride, I have to fight 2 bosses. So this is just an experiment. But yeah, I'm trying to talk about politics while playing Metal Gear Solid, and how I don't think a large enough population with large enough population numbers and a close enough proximity to the kind of weapons he's wielding around would ever truly be able to be suppressed forever. So this is actually one of the things that the later series accounts for, because it's weird in 1990 in Metal Gear 2, it is weird that this, like, ex-CIA American guy would be such a popular cult of figure for nationalist revolutions in Asia. In Metal Gear Solid 4 and 5... No, in Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker and 5, Big Boss's microstate is depicted as blank spot in the middle of the island in the ocean. It is like... It is the ideal colonialism. It's not like... This is the one situation that fantasy authors dream of where the problems won't... The typical problems of colonialism might not be happening, and the fantasies of colonialism might actually be happening, right? So Big Boss in Peace Walker and 5 has his microstate on water instead of on land. This is a big deal, I think. This negates the problem of an angry nativist uprising being a thing he has to worry about, because the entire population of the outer heavens in those games would be so small as to be in the thousands instead of the tens of thousands, and there would be no one with, like, a particular love for the weird blank spot of open ocean in the Indian Ocean that Mother Base is set up at. In that respect, they would be trying to make sure that Big Boss's nationalism would be more about more abstract things than material things, and that might be a way of dealing with that problem, but on one case the logistics still seem pretty poorly thought out. You know, what do they eat, right? You gotta ask that question. What do they eat? What did they eat on Mother Base in Seychelles? At the oil rig in the middle of the ocean? How are they protected from the elements and the weather over long term? These are the kinds of things that Tajikistan and Zanzibar Land might have a little more geographic readiness for, but oil rigs in the middle of open ocean that need to be maintained, that require expensive transportation to ship goods and supplies to and from the mainland from. Like, that seems... a little far-fetched, but also a pretty different kind of concept than what's happening in Zanzibar Land. I wouldn't call it colonialism. I would call it anti-colonialism. I would call it radical... Yeah, Big Boss's kind of tyranny is the unfortunate radical anti-colonialism that results with noble ideals resulting in ethnic purges and paranoia and mass expulsions. Decolonization never looks pretty, right? In Big Boss's case, it looks like stealing Metal Gears and forcing scientists to work on Metal Gears. No, it's not. His tyranny is not colonialism, because he is explicitly founding it as a solution to problems of big countries sailing around the world, getting themselves involved with little conflicts in smaller countries, and then bringing back a share of the looty back home. It's like Outer Heaven is an attempt at dealing with the problems of the trauma that situation has resulted. Am I ever going to be able to sneak past around this leg of the spiral room? I'm going to try hiding in the vent to... No, I'm going to try boxing. That's what I'm going to try. I'm going to wait for a couple guards to pass, and I'm going to wear a box to get past the guy who would otherwise be spotting me here. So, I caught myself with some of the ranting back then over the question of whether or not Big Boss sending soldiers all around the world to... Okay, no, I don't know. This might just be the irony of it, but yeah, the tragic irony of Big Boss and why he's a villain and why it really kind of pisses me off that there are a lot of Metal Gear fans who get into the games with the prequel game fans who don't see it, is that his flavor of tyranny is a tragic repetition of the thing he's trying to fix, which is soldiers getting fucked up from war trauma. He is assuming that civilian-run governments are never going to be adequately able to take care of soldiers who are injured from war, and that civilian governments will also never be able to... Oh, this sounds like a real contradictory one. So Big Boss assumes that a government run exclusively by disgruntled veterans of other governments would prevent the problem of warmongering. He's trying to prevent warmongering. He accidentally becomes a warmonger by trying to prevent warmongering by just kind of begrudgingly accepting that warmongering is an inevitable part of his existence, and that's the best way, the way to make the best of it is to make money off of it and try to be closer to the soldiers than the civilian governments would. Is that the logic? Anyways.
Snake! Snake, it's me, Gray Fox. Fox, you should have listened to my warning, Snake. Now I'm afraid our friendship is at an end. That elevator is gonna be your tomb. What? Do you hear that sound? That's an assassination team. They specialized in confined spaces. I'm sure you'll put up a good fight. The ceiling. It was nice talking to you one last time, Snake. Over and out.
We are the four... What should they sound like?
The fear.
No, I already know who the four... Okay, well there is of course, there is an analogous parallel to this part of the game in Metal Gear Solid where you're fighting the four guards in the elevator. We're the Four Horsemen, a top-secret assassination squad. We get our orders directly from the president. Consider this an honor. We only fry the big fish. The Four Horsemen, an assassination squad assembled from former SAS, GSG-9, and UDT. Who are the UDT? I know GSG9's Germany, right? Specializing in enclosed spaces. They're all seasoned veterans who will kill a man without blinking an eye. You'd be crazy to try and take them all at once. Best to pick them off one by one instead. Over and out. So, a lot of the strategies that George seems to want to encourage us towards don't really seem to match up with what's happening in the game, and it has me suspecting that the developers who are working on the bosses might have had some pretty crazy stories to tell. Actually, this might be the one opportunity where I can utilize the machine gun. Yeah, I seem to be doing better off with that than I do the bombs. As soon as you hit one of these guys, they jump back up into the walls. It's also kind of like the Red Blaster in the sense that it's hard to... The graphics are so two-dimensional that it's hard to understand where they're really supposed to be hiding in these walls by going up high. Oh, the UDT or the Frogman, okay. I think more people might know the term Frogman than the acronym UTE. What was their plan? No, Okay, I'm sorry. What was my plan? That's the better question, because they clearly had a better plan than me. But my plan is still working out, and it feels like it really shouldn't. Like, I'm trying to explain something I was talking about a few minutes ago, which is how it seems like the tactics and strategy of the boss fight in your fingers isn't matching up with what kind of picture George Kassler's dialogue is trying to paint for us instead, and it makes me want to play what those cooler versions of the boss fights that George Kassler is talking about instead. I want to be blindly throwing grenades into the walls because I don't know which spot the Red Blaster is going to shoot out of next. I want to be screwing up a melee CQC wrestling fight or something. I wonder how they could... I feel like I could envision a pretty sweet Red Blaster boss fight with modern game design. I am struggling to envision a version of this one that would have more of a sense of strategy going on with the... Yeah, like what is it? What are they doing? They're just waiting here. Alright, that elevator is permanently broken. I believe what... Ooh, guard coming. What I gotta do now is get to the elevator number 3 in the middle of the spiral. Take it as high as it can go, and then take the stairs the rest of the way. Wait, no. Wait, yeah. Or are both elevators actually fine for me to use? I don't know, but there's also... do I go left or right? I'm indecisive! To the left, there's a door that's locked that I don't think I've been in before. I don't think there's anything real useful in there, though. I think there's just a fast travel truck, and I don't got a fast travel. There's basically 2 other elevators in this area, and I don't know which is the one I should be taking. Elevator number 2 is broken, so it's going to be elevator number 1 or 3. And if I'm remembering the way that the game works right, we're going to have a section coming up that's analogous, extremely analogous. It looks just like you're playing the section of Metal Gear Solid 1 where you blast your way up the towers against guards who are going to be chasing after you no matter what. But I don't think both elevators go to the same space that'll lead me there. I gotta pick one or the other. And I'm also just curious about that door. I think it'll be a waste of time to check the door, but I'm so curious. think Holly has info. Okay. There are 3 elevators in the tower building. The north elevator stops at floors 1 and 10, goes to 1 and 20. The south elevator goes to 1 and 30. And this time, it's not the roof I want to go to, though. Like, when you're going after the Pigeon, or in Metal Gear Solid 1, when you're going up to the roof to fight the helicopter. I want to go to the 20th floor, which I think means I want to go to elevator 1, floor 10, then take 10 flights of stairs to floor 20. Oh, the cassette! I accidentally selected the cassette tape! I haven't been using this thing this whole time, and it would have actually come in handy. Okay. Yeah, fast travel trip. Don't need it. It's a distraction. There's a ration south. I will get the ration. That will be worth the trip. Neat. Ah, the cassette tape. So, there's a little portable cassette tape player. This is the Walkman! Holy cow! This is the fascination with Sony Walkman players begins here. So the cassette tape plays the Zanzibar Land National Anthem. So there's so much I need to be talking about right now. Let me bring the window capture back up. There's something going on in the manual that I wanna point out. Very important that Metal Gear Solid fans know that the Zanzibar Land symbology in particular is absolutely bereft of the rich centuries of historical traditions that real countries founded by real nationalistic groups with a real sense of history and identity that they'll use to motivate their soldiers to die for a cause worth dying for. They'll have like eagles and angels and cherubim and spears and swords on their emblems, whereas Zanzibar Land's, where is it? I think there's a character wearing a hat. It looks like something that a graphic design kid comes up with in 30 minutes. There's like one whole year worth of Photoshop history involved with this thing. It's a Z and an L. You know, we were talking earlier in previous streams about how the whole fact that we're calling it Zanzibar Land in the first place is weird English translation going on, and it should be called something like Zanzibar Stan. Apparently, when it comes with coming up with the actual nativist, nationalist iconography, they're using the English. They're not even using the native language that they would be speaking in Zanzibar. Why would there be an L there? If it says if the native language would pronounce it like Zanzibar Stan. The government system, they say, is a republic in this manual. That's not true. We learn from later games that Big Boss's mercenary microstates are totalitarian. The head of state is unknown. I guess it's supposed to be a plot twist that it's Big Boss. The political party says one party ruled by Zanzibar Land. 450 square meters, and it is tiny. Big Boss's mercenary microstates being tiny does seem to be a point. It seems like he is very aware that a bigger country would not make sense, and that him and Kaz both scout for areas of exceptionally tiny locations. He wants something defendable, I would imagine, which also makes the logic of being on open water on an oil rig really weird as well, because he's also doing this like well after the 60s and the 80s, and when everyone knows that they have satellites that they could be using to spy on outer heaven the whole time too. I'm sorry, Jack, you need mountains. Jack, read a history book. Tajikistan was a much better location than the rigs in the middle of the ocean in the prequel games. But I don't know if the text is going to be scanned for me to be control Fing here, but let's learn a bit about Zanzibar Land. They speak English, Russian, Ukrainian, Polish, Uzbek, Vietnamese. How did that get there? French. Okay. their race. 100 of every world race. Oh boy, there's such going on here. Yeah, okay. 100 of every world race sounds like the oil rigs in the middle of nowhere in the prequel games. Where like among the game's activities of gamifying the duties of statecraft, like I remember flipping through pages where you see like a guy's picture and some statistics and a duty that he's supposed to do. It very much felt like flipping through immigration forms, and it makes very, very clear that everyone who shows up is an immigrant from somewhere else, but the fact that we're on like a spot of ground here in the middle of Asia would imply that there would be some kind of majority going on here who would feel that it would be their right to be ruling Zanzibar Land right now. The defense budget is 75% of their GMP. The national finance is unknown. Currency is Zanje. What's that supposed to mean? Iron, coal, bauxite, tungsten, beetroot, flour, oat, corn, super mentha, jujirum, byzanium, elotium, and pigment H. I guess those are exports. Average lifespan isn't great. Males is 41.5, females is 40.3. Birth rate is 20 for every 1,000. Death rate is 35 for every 1,000. So that average lifespan is really small. Like, implies that there's a lot of poverty going on. But this 100 of every world race implies that this is like a nation full of boutiques populated by people who can afford to travel all around the world. It sounds, which does more match up with the microstates of the prequel games than the MSX games. But what else we got? Soldiers of Zanzibar Land. Up until 1998, they were using English, Enfield, L851s. In 99, it was replaced by the Steyerog. They have American grenades. And I guess one thing is that you're supposed to be assuming that from the elaborate drama of the later games that all of this Western military equipment gets here from Big Boss smuggling. Oh, there's some fun little gags in here. An electric processor attached on the lens side that constantly observes the movements of a soldier's eyeballs and eyelids on their goggles. If their eyelid stays closed for more than 0.4 seconds, a subtle electrical shock is applied to the side of the head. A nap prevention system is installed in the soldier's goggles. So, they're not... can we like they don't have any words about like the oath that the soldiers take, like how the ideology or chain of authority is supposed to work, what it is that's supposed to be keeping them following orders. There's mercenaries of Zanzibar Land. There are over 40,000 of them stationed in Zanzibar Land. Yeah, that's also crazy. That does sound more like a microstate from the prequel games than in a more comprehensible situation in the real world right now. There's all this text about how you can't about how Metal Gears are difficult to transport by truck. Look at all this minutiae. And here is a line I was mentioning earlier that's absolutely wrong. The main character of Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake is above all others the mech Metal Gear D. No, it's not. They might have spent more money on the design of Metal Gear D than the other characters, but saying that the main character of a very character-driven narrative game where none of the characters talking or Metal Gear D is the main character of Metal Gear D is absolutely out of whack. Anyways, that's a fun manual. Why did I bring this up again? For some reason I wanted to talk about how the national ideology of a mercenary microstate would work. That's why I brought it up. Well, I guess we learned something today about something there isn't very useful things to learn about. There's a hidden path that you can blow up there. The radar makes it pretty clear what spot on the wall you should be testing for bombs, but here we also have more explodable walls. And the kid also mentions a bit about ways to make it through here as well. A bunch of things that look like green pineapples. Wait, pineapples are kind of sort of green by nature. It's somewhere here, isn't it? There we go. Oh, also, you gotta make sure you don't accidentally blow up the kids when you're doing this. I remember having that problem the first time I played through Metal Gear 2. Don't accidentally blow up the children. Yeah, I'm gonna give them some time. We're gonna wait until these kids get far away. No! That kid just decided to turn right back around! Oh, well that was useless. I should have known. I think one of the funniest things I keep noticing about these non-lethal playthroughs of Metal Gear I keep doing is that I always have way more rations than I need. I never really run out of health a lot. Every time I find a new ration, I'm just kind of accustomed to seeing the pop-up, "Your rations are full, you can't pick this up, idiot!" And I think that's because the amount of damage that you take on higher difficulties is ramped up so much higher. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi. And the amount of rations that you can carry is so much lower that you just can't ever really utilize them much at all on the higher difficulties. Also, since it's a non-lethal run, that means that you don't get into a lot of fights with people. You either just kind of kill yourself and reset the area, or don't. This is a forced combat section. I'm going to put the body armor on and just run in circles. However, I think I can completely avoid damage by hitting close to the right-hand side of the pathway here. Snake's right. This is analogous to climbing up the tower in Metal Gear Solid, where you're forced to go in a circle over and over again in a spiral pattern on your way up. However, elegantly avoiding damage for that section of Metal Gear Solid 1 is a little more finickier than it is here. You just stick to the right, and you're pretty much good. It looks like it makes a lot of sense. In Metal Gear Solid 1, avoiding damage means exploiting things. There's some silly melee moves that look funny. They look like a little comedy routine. There's stun grenades that you can pop off one after another where it'll look like a silly comedy routine. I don't know if this really looks like a silly comedy routine so much as it looks like an immediately intuitive escape routine. Just go in the opposite direction of the guards, you're good. And they leave ammo behind for me as if I've been using it. We should be here within the next couple screen changes, right? Oh, keycard. Did I already get all the items I need in this area? Yes, I did. I am deciding right now that I did. I do not want to go back looking for them. I also don't want to get spotted by this guard on the right, who's always been a problem. Maybe I could box myself up underneath this camera? Yeah. Oh, the bucket is noisier than the box. I did not know that. It's me, your #1 fan. You can only jump from there when the wind's blowing north. It usually blows south, but sometimes it changes, just for an instance. That's your chance. Don't miss it. Keep up the good work. So there's pros and cons going on. The bucket's bulletproof. The box is quiet. If they spot you wearing one, they're gonna shoot you either way. I don't think the bucket made noise. You're on a grate. Nope, the bucket makes noise. I'll point it out the next time I have a good opportunity to demonstrate. So check this out. I'm walking around with the cardboard box. He's not reacting. I'm gonna walk around with the bucket. He's reacting. Now, you can also hear it. It's actually a pretty funny noise. I didn't even know the MSX could make this noise. There's a clumping noise. When you walk around, there's a little bit of a clank. So I guess the bucket is what you want to use if you're in a denser area. What's that? I better shoot it. And the box is, oh no, he just walked into me. If you're in a kind of position where you don't gotta be moving around, that's when you use the bucket. This guard is gonna be a problem. Walking on the grate is gonna be a problem. The way to solve this puzzle and know when the wind is blowing in the correct direction. I almost said direct correction. Wait, I just had an idea. Can I change? Like, can I change into my bucket while he's looking at me and about to shoot me? I'll try it next time. Oh, and he's guarding a ration, too. Oh, yeah, let me actually experiment with this. What's that? Alright, while the bullet is on the way, let's change to bucket and see what happens. Ha! Yeah! Oh, that kicks ass. That's awesome. So I can just keep the cardboard box on most of the time, and then change to bucket once they start shooting. I also need to think really, really hard about what color that ration is. I think it's the top one. I think it's a B1. Oh, it could be a B2. It's definitely not a B3, but I'm too colorblind to know if it's a B1 or a B2. The B2 looks a little more browner than the B1, but the color palette of B1 and B2 are cutting it. That one looks brighter. This one on the ground looks like the brighter one of the two. So, alright, B2. Oh, thank God. Welcome to gaming as a colorblind. person. I truly have it bad, don't I? Solving this puzzle might not be as hard as I thought it would. I thought I'd have to CQC him, but it looks like I just have to patiently wait for windows of opportunities where I have pretty free reign to experiment with these grenades and changing items when I need to. I think the cigarette might also be a way to gauge wind direction. Let's see. So, oh god, I got a bucket. Or box. No, bucket. Sometimes when he smokes with his idle animation, the little lit dot of the cigarette is a 1 pixel dot. Sometimes it's a 3 pixel S shape. I'm wondering if that actually does correspond with the wind direction or not. There we go, let's do it now, Oh, did I fail, or I heard a whistle? Okay, good. This is the right kind of music. Yeah. Fuck yeah, Metal Gear 2. I'm wondering if I should call it here, because this is a pretty decent intermission. I feel like this is a great halfway point, but I do remember one really good boss coming up in this area to the east, and also, this is just a really, really good game that I don't really want to put down anytime soon. Okay, I'll call it a night after this boss, because I know whose voice I'm gonna try to do.
I've been waiting for you, Snake. I am Jungle Evil, the undisputed master of the jungle ambush. Let's see whether you're a real snake or not.
So you kind of just hide behind the box, and there's not a whole lot he can really do about it. The Predator, that was his original name. I think you can get caught in the blast radius of these grenades. Yeah, it's a pretty generous radius, as I recall. So he seems to be pretty clearly analogous with the Fear from Metal Gear Solid 3. Like, it just a guy whose special powers sneaking up on people from grass into jungle. It's not like he has fire powers or magic power. He had spider powers. But the arena is like the Fear, the concept is like the Fear. All of MGS3's boss battles are way better than than MG2's, but yeah, this is totally the fear guy. The Running Man is the Vulcan Raven guy. The Black Ninja is totally the Cyborg Ninja. The 4 Horsemen are the 4 Elevator guys. Is there any boss in this game that did not get some kind of, like, follow-up second wind? Oh, there's the Hind D. The Hind D is the Hind D. Oh yeah, let's see what George Kassler has to say. George is full of good information. Jungle Evil, a former hunter from Rex Command. He's an expert in jungle guerrilla combat. In the jungle, he's more beast than man. They say he wiped out 2 entire companies on his own in Vietnam and Yemen. Over and out. He's not full of very particularly helpful tips. The tip is to just hide behind a box and throw grenades at him from the other side, isn't it? Not a very complicated boss fight. Woo, hello. Here we go. He's really jaded. I've been trying too hard to avoid damage. I can tank some of these hits. I was hoping he'd have a tragic backstory where he was kicked out of a hunting competition for using a bazooka. Please tell me I'll be hitting a loading screen up here. Ooh, that guard's looking right at me. Can I get a binocular on him first? Oh, he's frozen. He's not going to be moving while the binoculars are on. Maybe I'll get a loading screen when I go inside. I don't think you can grenade the cameras, unfortunately. You can fool them with your boxes and your buckets, though. That's cool. Did I miss the infrared goggles? I got an egg. The animal expert tells you about it.
From what you're telling me, I can tell it's some kind of egg. Either a reptile egg or a bird egg. Which reminds me, when you're boiling an egg, you gotta time it just right so that it doesn't burst on you. Over and out.
Thanks. An egg taken from the biolab doesn't look edible. Its use is unknown. Doesn't look edible. Even in this game, even in MGS2, you still have the first thought on Snake's mind. You still have that, like, weird interest in food and animals going on all the time. Snakes looks at egg and thinks of eating egg. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Oops. Ah! Where'd he go? Oh, one of the eggs is about to hatch. Oh, that was a loading screen, wasn't it? Yes. Yes, maybe I should save it here and leave it here. Yeah. Sounds like a plan. I can't believe I got as far as I did, too. This is nuts. I'm only gonna have, like, 2 days to get through this. Metal Gear 2 Guide. So... yeah, there's Predator. 1, 2, 3, 4... I'm past the halfway point. I played more than halfway of this game tonight. Yeah, well, I'm like 3/4 of the way through. That happened really fast, and it felt clean and organic. There was a very fast sense of pacing to all that, and it also isn't hard. I played this on the original difficulty mode. I'm not doing any kills. And so far, the one time I've accidentally killed a guard was from a punch. Or I wanted to punch a light switch, but the guard was in the way, and I punched the guard instead. And other than that, the stealth has been way more... Did I join right at the end? Oh no, Bubabunga! Yeah, you did. It was really good. I made it more than halfway through the game. I've only, like, game overed maybe 4 times. I only accidentally killed someone once. It's going really well, and it's like, it's better than I remember it. This game is still one of the all-time best. And the fact that less people know about it makes it even that much better. Woo. Oh well, Bobobunga. The problem is that not enough people have played Metal Gear 2, and hopefully through these streaming experiences, they'll be able to vicariously get that feeling. And I remember when you said if it released today it would be an indie sensation. Yeah, I still agree with that. In fact, if you look at the Steam reviews for Metal Gear 2, they almost sort of say the same thing. I don't know if I might have influenced the kids into repeating that mantra, but let's bring up what I'm talking about. Metal Gear 1 and 2. I feel like I was looking at one of these. Yeah, game is 30 years old, yet better than most games from the last 5 years. I can't believe how good Metal Gear 2 is, especially considering it came out in 1990. It still has its BS moments. Oh, come on. Can I search for words? Well, I want to just like type the word indie into a box somewhere and search those Steam reviews to see if anyone else says in that exact same language. I feel like I saw one the other day that did, but it does seem really, really gratifying to see this sentiment on the Steam reviews, at least, of people talking about how the game does not feel like it's from 1990. We still haven't seen the owl or the venomous rats. Next time. We called up our animal expert friend about the eggs. Yeah, they're poisonous hamsters, not rats. Well, good night, everyone. Have a wonderful night. I'm going to think about doing this again tomorrow. And if not, it'll probably have to be Tuesday then. I don't think I can stream this on Monday. But I am once again, like, reduced to kind of state of thoughtful speechlessness over how goddamn good this game is. It's so good. But I just can't help wondering over whether or not it really actually is better than Snake's Revenge.